Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome all delegate members to this extraordinary General Assembly of FC Barcelona. I would like to inform you that in addition to the delegate members following this session online, here in the room we have senators, former presidents, members of statutory provisions and the Ombudsman. All those presently in attendance with the right to vote will also have to assist telematically and vote electronically with the remote controls given to you when accrediting for the session. As you know, as we saw in the previous meeting, it is this remote control that was given to you when you gained access to this auditorium. I would also like to inform you of the presence of the notary public, Mr. Gerard Cunesa of the Notary Association of Catalonia to attest to the development of this assembly. Similarly, also with us is Mr. Albert Montull y González, the manager of the Catalan Football Federation. I would like to inform you that up to 5 minutes before 11 o'clock, there were 390 delegate members registered. And throughout the course of the Assembly, I will be informing you on the total number of delegate members that become registered. According to Article 29.4 of our bylaws, the management of this Assembly is incumbent on the President, and the President has delegated this authority upon me. Along these lines, I would like to inform you that the expected time for finishing this Assembly will be 1:45. As you know, there is only one single item in the agenda to be ratified. It is a motion to be ratified. A month and a half ago in October, we had the ordinary assembly of the club. And I would like to let you know that the unfolding of this assembly will be able to be followed through our platform, Barça 1 in Catalan, English and Spanish. You will be also able to follow the assembly in Catalan and in sign language. Allow me to remind you that, as I said a few weeks ago, we held our ordinary General Assembly. How can all members participate in this assembly? Well, they can do so as follows. Those delegate members accessing the exclusive platform enabled to this end will have to register following identification with their member key, their personal PIN code, and their date of birth. They will be able to participate and ask on those aspects relating to the second item on the agenda that will be subject to your ratification. They will also be able to do so in the last item on the agenda, A O B. If you would like to address your questions, you will be able to do so as follows. First, the delegate members will be able to ask using the video conferencing system. At the beginning of the second and fourth items of the agenda, we will open up the floor for each section. Secondly, then the delegate members present in the room will be able to pose their questions. The answers will be given in the same order. First, we will be answering the questions of those delegate members asking their questions over the video conferencing system, and next we will be answering the questions of senators, members of commissions who are present in the auditorium. How can people vote? All delegate members that have been registered using the exclusive platform available to them will be able to exercise their right to vote. The voting button will be activated for the necessary time, and upon the end of the voting process, they will be able to download their voting receipt. In this respect, as you know, before you vote, we will be showing you an informational video giving you instructions as to how to vote. Having explained this, let us start our extraordinary General Assembly of the club. To do so, I give the floor to the President of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. President, the floor is yours. Thank you, Josep. I would like to welcome each and every delegate member present in the room. I would also like to welcome all the delegate members that are following us using the video conferencing system. And before we address the first item on the agenda, I would like to remember those that have passed away because of the Dana in the Valencia community and in other areas of Spain. Having said that, Josep, let's start with the items on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's start with the first item on the agenda, corresponding to the report of the President. I give the floor to the President of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. Dear delegate members, I would like to thank you for your attendance here today. Former Presidents Gaspart, present here today, and other former presidents, representative of the Catalan Football Federation, thank you for being here. We also have representatives from Nike, Albert Baronet, Senior Director for Sports Marketing in Southern Europe at Nike. Thank you, Albert, for being here. And former President Enrique Reina, members of the commissions, colleagues of the management board, workers of this club. Well, once again, we're here. And you, the delegate members, will decide, as you have always done, and as you will always do, on a key issue for the viability, the present and future feasibility of our entity. Today, you, the delegate members, will have the authority of ratifying the agreement that has been reached between Nike and Barca. This agreement will be governing our relationship. This is an agreement that is a new framework, establishing strategic ties between both entities and fostering cooperation between Barca and Nike. You know, Nike is one of the leading brands in the world of sport. And you know that our relationship with them has been established since 1998. It is in the context of this 25th anniversary that a proposal is being put forward to you to approve this new agreement, regulating an entirely new relationship between Nike and Barca that will strengthen our relationship. I already said so in the previous assembly. I said to you that we are strong. I said to you that we felt strong, that we felt convinced, with determination to recover the club in all respects, to bring the club back on track. And this agreement goes along those lines. Why? Well, because it helps to achieve the economic recovery of our club, one of our main goals. But in addition to helping the club significantly to recover its economic status, confirms and ratifies it. And I would like to underscore something really important. This is a new economic agreement improving the club's economy without the members having to put a dime, and also without putting at risk the ownership model of this club. I believe that this is very relevant indeed. Today is a day to feel proud about. We're holding this extraordinary General Assembly, and this evening we have a game against Atletico de Madrid, a very important game. So today is a day to be happy, to be and feel strong, to be full of energy, to be energized. And that is why this agreement confirms the economic recovery of Barca. We won't have to put a dime from our pockets, and we won't be placing at risk our associative model. And that is why I would like to thank Nike for having understood the grandeur of Barca, the power of Barca, the strength and the position of Barca in the world of sport. And I would like to thank this by mentioning people who understood this, who made it possible to reach this agreement. For example, Heidi O'Neill. Heidi O'Neill is the president for consumer and marketplace at Nike. Also, Nico Bartés, vice president for Europe, Middle East and Asia for sports marketing. Chris Evans, he is the senior director and also the assistant to the general counsel at Nike, and Albert Barnett, present here with us today, who has helped a great deal in making this agreement a reality. This is a new framework of cooperation between Barca and Nike. Needless to say, it has been a group success with the involvement of many departments of the club, with the involvement of vice presidents, executives, managers, who did a great job, who placed their talent and their knowledge and their courage as well, spending hours on end in meetings, as well as their audacity, so that we can submit to you the best agreement in the history in the world of sport when it comes to sports garments. So that's why I'm especially excited. You will feel I'm quite happy, because this is the best agreement in the world of sport, in the world of football, when it comes to sports garments. When we arrived in April 2021 here at the club, one of the main priorities we had was to improve our relationship between FC Barcelona and Nike. It was obvious that the relationship was damaged. It was not going through its best of times. Evidence of that is that our relationship was taken to the courts. It is true that there had been a loss of trust, mutual trust, I would say. This is in a context, obviously. We've been working together for many years with good things, but you know, relationships get deteriorated and need to be renewed. So there was a little bit of mistrust, to the extent that we either established a new relationship framework or we had to embark on our own different journeys. The purpose of this management board was to defend the interest of Barca among any other thing or person, and to let prevail the position of Barca in the world of sport, this power, this strength, this grandeur. And that is why I am especially thankful and I celebrate that Nike listened to us. It's been a long process with difficult times, but they heard us, they listened to us, and we were able to reach the agreement that we are submitting to you today. Throughout this long process, it was hard. There were times of conflict, times when the positions were far from each other, and both parties decided that there would be a middleman, a broker, to try to sort out some of the legal issues. So I would also like to thank publicly those who helped us along the way to reweave our relationship with Nike. I would like to underline that this agreement, other than the qualitative and quantitative leap of the consideration for the assignment of the sports clothes, our professional and amateur teams, that is the consideration in terms of sponsorship, the highest and the best in the world of football nowadays. I would like to say to you that there is one thing I truly value, a consideration that will be progressive and on the rise, increasing. What does this mean? It means that by doing so, we guarantee the feasibility and the updating of this contract or agreement for the years it will be applicable. We're thinking about the immediate present and the middle term as well, the midterm, as well as the future. I must emphasize that. Something else I would like to highlight in relation to this agreement is that other than this consideration in terms of sponsorship, there are some fixed amounts and bonuses depending on us securing titles. There's no malus, but there is bonus. In the previous agreement, there was a negative condition, one that we did not agree with, and I would like to thank Nike for understanding that. There's a fixed amount and some bonuses for winning competitions, basically. But other than that, this agreement releases a series of commercial assets that in the previous relationship Barca did not hold. Now we hold them. Now we will be able to develop them and exploit them through BLM, Barca Licensing and Merchandising, our licensing and merchandising company. And this will generate significant revenues for us. This is also a key matter of this agreement, other than the other considerations relating to sponsorship. Let me also say that this agreement, in addition to the fact that it will help us solidify the economy of the club, will be very useful to ensure we comply with the fair play of La Liga. It will also strengthen the fact that Barca is back, at the forefront in the world of sport, and we are back consolidating a position of leadership in the world of sport. This is a group effort. This has been the result of the hard work of all of you. That's why our crest is strong, thanks to the organization and the people who have worked really, really hard and really, really well in securing this new agreement with Nike. It is also the success of all of you, all the members of this club. And why? Well, because we've been strong in the face of attacks against us, attacks that have tried to diminish our impact. We had an agreement until 2028. We thought it was not updated, and I would like to thank Nike because they understood. We were able to weave a relationship that was affected, and we are both very, very happy and proud for signing the best contract in the history of sporting clothes. This is the best sport clothes agreement in the world of football, in the history of sport. It is the result of all of your success. Thank you, Nike. Thank you, all of you too. Long live Barça.
Gràcies, president.
Thank you, President. Xavier Puig, the board member, has informed us that he could not be with us as he is with the women's football team that have a Queen's Cup match today, but he will be participating from Tenerife telematically. Let us continue with the second point of our agenda that has to do with the ratification, if possible, of the new contract with Nike. As I said before, the delegate members that are following us online can ask their questions. Now, in order to present and explain this second point, I would ask Mr. Ferran Oliver, the treasurer of the club, to please address all of our listeners and audience from the podium. Ferran? Good morning to everyone. Let us talk about the only point that we have today, which is the ratification of the agreement with Nike. I would like, before beginning, for you to see this image. This image is part of our lives. These are the last 26 years of our dreams, of our hopes, of our joy, and some of our, well, moments of sadness. But it nonetheless is part of the relationship that we have with Nike. I would say that it's a love story, a story that began in 1998 with President Núñez. If you remember, at that time, Barça had its relationship with Kappa, that was our equipment supplier, and in 98 we began with Nike. This contract, if you remember, we were all excited as members of the club why a company like Nike would notice us, and we were very excited about that. And it began purely with sponsorship, and in 2008, under the presidency of Mr. Laporta, this was improved, and we began to create what now is BLM for sports garment sales. So Nike had a majority stake in this, and I believe that we had 60-40%. We had the 40%. So the change comes in 2018. In 2018, under the presidency of Mr. Bertomeu, in 2016, a new contract came into effect, and this substantially improved the economic conditions, and it was the beginning of the growth of our company, Barcelona Licensing and Merchandise. Now, BLM is the company that, well, through which we sell all of our kit, all of our team garments, and we realized that it wasn't so good. The agreement wasn't so good because there was something that harmed us and that didn't allow for the growth of BLM. In what sense? Well, we could have the shop, but we didn't have the capacity of selling, the ability to sell certain garments, and this led to a conflict between Nike and Barça. There was a feeling of malaise there and some legal actions in both directions, and at that time, in 21, when we took office, we saw that it was a very complex situation with Nike, a situation that at that moment was very difficult. On the one hand, we had these lawsuits, these cross lawsuits between the two entities, but there was also a feeling on our part that our brand was not sufficiently valued or appreciated, and that's when we began our negotiations with Nike. And Nike, at that moment they said, you have a contact that is in effect. And we said yes, but we thought that it wasn't fair, that it wasn't, we weren't properly valued. And there was this growth in the lawsuits going back and forth, and it was a 3-year period. We went from that situation to a situation of a poor relationship, of confrontation, and we saw that if we headed in that direction, it was going to hurt us. So at that time, both parties looked for the role of a mediator, and we found this that was approved on both sides, and we began to work with this mediator. What did we do at that moment? Well, we said to Nike, all right, please, you believe that our brand is worth what we have in the contract, the current contract, and we believe we're worth more. Why don't you allow us to go out on the market and see what we can get? They said, all right, you can go, but if you have a better offer, I have the right to match that, and we thought that was fair, and we went out onto the market. After 3 months, we brought an offer, a complete offer from a competitor, and we showed that to Nike. Nike studied that offer, and they saw that it was they saw that we were valued very highly by one of their competitors, and they decided to equal it, to match it. And that is the new contract that we want to, well, ratify with all of you. It's not only a new contract, but it's a change of relationship between the two brands. And allow me to say this. In 98, when we signed our first contract, it was a contract between a superior entity and an inferior entity. Nike now needs FC Barcelona. FC Barcelona needs Nike today. This means that this relationship between equals, between peers, well, when there's superiority or inferiority of one of the parts, it doesn't work as well. And here what we've been able to achieve is to solve all of the conflicts that we had with the interpretation of the licenses that we had as FC Barcelona, what we didn't have, what we couldn't manufacture ourselves. And this is clearly established in this contract and in this new strategic model that we're going to have of collaboration between the two parts. Now, what is this new strategic model based on? Well, basically, it is to lend value to the Barca brand and its assets for sponsorship. Now, with the matching rights, which is the possibility of being, if there's a third party that says, I offer you more, Nike understood that the value of the Football Club Barcelona brand was greater than they had thought. And another important aspect of this contract is this allows us to develop our own BLM company. It's an important and sensitive part of this new contract. Now, what will this allow us to do? Well, with this, we'll be able to duplicate the amount that we are currently receiving from Nike, and it will be growing throughout the entire period of the contract. We are doubling the amount that we receive from Nike, but it allows for a constant growth over the next 14 years of the contract. Now, we will do this based on 3 main axes. The first of these is that we will have a substantial improvement of the agreement of sponsorship with a growing compensation. Let me explain how we will receive this compensation from Nike. There are 3 pillars. When we sign the contract, we will be given a signing bonus. This amount, it's a considerable amount, and since it is recognized that it is an excellent agreement for both sides, then they have paid this amount. And then we have here the fee, the sponsorship fee will increase. It is this quantity has been increased substantially as compared to what we were receiving in the past. And a third pillar that we will talk about in greater detail, which is the fees that we receive from the sale of jerseys and other kit of our team. So we have a bonus then for signing. We have increased the amount of money that we receive for the sponsorship, and we have been able to get some bonuses for achievements, both of the titles won by the men's and women's team. And another key issue is the reevaluating the penalties. By eliminating the penalties, well, we believe that this is important because we give great value to our brand, and we didn't believe that it was proper for us to have penalties. The past contract that seemed to be very good, well, basically it said for this to be an efficient contract, we had to win everything, because if we did not, then the fees would be lowered. And what we've done in this contract is to completely eliminate the fees. And another aspect is that this contract will be increasing in its amount over the years of the contract. So we have the commitment both of the club and of Nike in equality for the women's team, for women's sports. It includes the inclusion of a bonus for the titles, giving the same bonus for the men's team as to the women's team. And here we also include the women's team then, and thus Nike can have its own and exclusive promotions with the women's team. The third and fourth points would be the key aspects of this contract. It is to introduce a new model of sale, of exploitation of our products. Here we can see clearly what the new contract is. On the left, which is in yellow, and then on the right you have on the black side. On the left we have the co-branded Nike licensing. Well, this basically is that all of the clothing that is sold with the logo of Barça and the logo of Nike, whether it's the kit of our first team, the practice gear, all of the shoes, everything is part of this exclusive category that Nike has with co-branding, which is Nike and FC Barcelona. And then there are other non-exclusive categories where both entities have the possibility of creating new lines of production that include Nike and Football Club Barcelona with different leisure wear and other types of accessories. So we receive a fixed amount and a variable based on the sales. The more sales we have, the more we make. If there's a new player to the first team, and if we sell lots of jerseys, such as the case of Yamal or Lewandowski, well, this is what we have beyond the fee that we get from Nike. And on the black side, these are the important changes that have taken place, well, that will take place with this new contract. First of all, it is the ownership of the brand. This wasn't something that had been established. We have our own rights as FC Barcelona that allows us mono-branded products, and at the same time it allows us to collaborate with other brands, as we are doing with luxury brands that will allow us to have a growth through these other income sources. Now, the part that we have shared between Nike and FC Barcelona, and the part that we have exclusive rights of our own that we have been able to achieve for the club, getting them back from Nike. So the fourth point would be to recover the total control of the retail operations, the sales, and global e-commerce. We already have a megastore here, and the development of 18 stores throughout Spain. But this new contract, what it allows us to do is to have an international expansion of Barca stores internationally, using franchises that will be increasing throughout the world. And it will allow us also to open international commerce through e-commerce. As you know, it is sales through internet, and this is one of the most important channels that there are for selling in the world. So this is something that up to now, because of our agreement with Nike, it was limited to us, and now it is free, and it will be a source of exponential economic growth, as I will later explain to you. Now, how is this agreement structured? Well, there are three pillars here. First of all, the sponsorship rights, the product licensing, and support to retail and e-commerce operations. Let's go to the first point. that has to do with the sponsorship rights. Nike then becomes the main sponsor of FC Barcelona. What does that allow Nike? Well, it allows Nike to have a very important visibility at the Spotify Camp Nou, as well as in the Joan Gamper Sports Village, at the Johan Cruyff Stadium, and at the Palau Blaugrana. What does this allow for? Well, for there to be advertising in the press area, in the mixed zone, during institutional events. The microphone in the press conferences will have Nike's name on it. And let me explain to you what is. You will see that there are panels around the LED screens that we have around the court and around the field. This is where Nike will have an important presence, and it will also be present on the benches of both of the teams. And at the Joan Gamper Stadium, we will have in the press room, as well as what you can see here, all of the large these advertising banners that are around the court will also be used by Nike. And there will be the possibility for advertisements to be filmed, product testing, and other marketing sessions with the players. This is normal when it is the main sponsor of a team. Also, at the level of hospitality, they will have a premium hospitality area when the team plays at home, as well as when they play abroad or outside of Barcelona, and meet and greet and conversations with players of a promotional nature. They will have VIP travel with the team and the creation of advertising events in the club itself. They will also be able to participate in our platforms for social media and to have launches, official launches of the team's kit. This is something that we were already doing with them, so many of the things are not new at all. Now, within the Espai Barça area, as the main sponsor, they will have special visibility in the Spotify Camp Nou as our main sponsor. And here, Nike will be given the naming right to the Pitch Club Lounge, a new VIP area. I'm sure that you've seen this when new stadiums are built. There are some glass windows, and there's a VIP area that allows for those that attend to see the players enter and leave their locker rooms. This also guarantees the product availability for all of the changes of kit that we need. Whatever's needed for all of our teams for every season is covered. What it also guarantees is that if we create a new sport, male or female, Nike, according to the contract, will have to also provide the equipment, the kit for this new section, this new sport department, because in the past there were some limitations to the amount, but now, according to this new contract, everything the teams need will be provided by Nike.
Now let's focus on licenses. We have the yellow part. The yellow part is that part that is related to the Nike brand, the co-brand. There is the jersey with both symbols, the crest of Barça and the Nike swoosh So Barça has design, marketing, and commercialization. So a guaranteed minimum must be paid, and we have guaranteed access to a variable according to the number of sales. In black, that's our own part. That is everything that we were able to release from the previous agreement that is now owned by us. We have the capacity to create and sell our own brand. These are all those things that you can see in the stores with the brand Barça. That is the mono-branded model. And this will allow us to exploit products by the club, by BLM, and also on e-commerce and the result of international expansion. With all of this, what can we guarantee? What does Nike guarantee? Nike guarantees support in all retail and e-commerce operations. In the past, some of you may have complained that you went to a store to buy a jersey and you couldn't find it. That was commonplace. Well, nowadays, Nike, as a strategic partner, understands this cannot happen and undertakes to ensure that global supply will be guaranteed. They will help us and accompany us throughout this growth internationally with the creation of new franchises, and also in terms of the creation of e-commerce, that is, sales online. This entails a very important growth in the number of sales by the club. And in this respect, Nike, as a strategic partner, will be standing next to us to help us develop this entire growth. Now, conclusions. I believe that this agreement is creating a new model, a strategic model of cooperation between two parties, a strategic model with two parties on an equal footing. Since 1998 today, to see how we are excited to see Nike as our partner. We are thrilled, and they are thrilled. Nowadays we can say that our structure is a model between equals, a structure that will allow us to double the amount that we are receiving because of the agreement. But more important than that is that it will release for us a series of assets that will belong to us 100%. It will allow us to release licensing and sales for retail, and it will allow us total control of e-commerce and retail operations. This will allow us BLM, that this year invoiced 110 million, to increase in 2024-2025 to increase their turnover of 150. And by 2025-2026, we expect to reach 200 million. Bearing in mind that this company is in the region of an EBITDA of 23%, this is great news when it comes to the future revenues of FC Barcelona. Having said that, this agreement does not only considers doubling the consideration received, but also increasing our turnover from BNL sales, allowing us to exceed the number of what Nike will be paying us, because this growth possible through future sales will exceed the number of the doubling the Nike amounts. To conclude, let me just say that, as the President said earlier, this is the best agreement in history. This is the best agreement that any football club has in the world. Not just in terms of the amount to be received from Nike, but also, and allow me to insist, because of the growth of our BLM company. And now to conclude, along the lines of what the President just said, let me thank. Word of thanks to Albert Baronet. Thank you, Albert. Thank you for your patience, for your Barcelona spirit, and for your complicity in the difficult times. I would like to convey my word of thanks to for the whole of Nike, Heidi, Chris, Nico, and let me just thank the executives as well. This has been a quarrel, complex agreement, a negotiation lasting 3 years with significant tension, internal and external tension. This agreement would not have been possible without the cooperation of 3 lines of executives at the club. First, allow me to refer to the legal division. Thank you, Pere. Cristina, you suffered a great deal with this agreement. You did so with this and with previous documentation. I would like to thank Sales, Sergi, Ricard. I can't see you doing where you are. Thank you, Sergi, wherever you are. Thank you so much for your effort. Thank you, Elena. You played your role, and you did amazingly well. BLM, Josep Maria, what can I say to you? It's a pleasure to have you here. Josep Maria Massaguer was the founder of the store of FC Barcelona, and he is today the BLM director. And thank you, Ernest. What would have we done without you, right? And now, let me refer to the managers. At management level, we should thank 2 vice presidents, Julie and Rafa. They made an incredible effort. It was all very difficult, but they persevered. And I would like to thank Jan. Jan, thank you very much. Because of one thing. Thank you for your strength, your courage. Throughout these 3 years, this has been very hard. So thank you for your will and for exceeding any headwinds that came our way. And thank you all as well.
Moltes gràcies, Ferran.
Thank you, Ferran.
A continuació,
Next, I kindly ask
a la presidenta de la
the President of the Economic Committee of the club, Ms. Carme Hurtala, to approach the podium so that she can address the delegate members in relation to this item of the agenda.
Bon dia.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, delegate members, and Barcelona friends. The Economic Commission, in accordance with Article 58 of its bylaws, has prepared this report in relation to the agreement signed on November the 8th with retroactive effect as of July the 1st between FC Barcelona and Nike, that is subject to the approval of this assembly today. Along these lines, as the consultative body, the Economic Commission has had access to the agreement signed with Nike and will state its opinion respecting the confidentiality of this agreement. In order to be able to suitably analyze the importance, as Ferran did, of this agreement, it is important to be familiar with the context. I will be brief, in the sense that the relationship between FC Barcelona and Nike started in the season 1998-1999, more than 26 years ago. 8 years later, as mentioned, in 2006, in Joan Laporta's first term of office, the agreement was renewed. In 2016, with the presidency of President Bartomeu, a series of modifications were signed to the agreement, recovering part of the exploitation of the merchandising material through the BLM company, but with many limitations, and as has been said, with some stipulations. And over time, this led to a series of discrepancies between FC Barcelona and Nike that have led to several attempts of signing new terms and conditions throughout the last 3 years. Because of this, despite the fact that the previous agreement was in effect until 2028, these discrepancies have led the current management board to continue with the process of negotiation of the previous years that will come to an end with the strategic agreement to be entered into with Nike, subject to your approval, setting a new period between July 2024 until June 2038. The 4 years remaining from the previous agreement, plus the new 10 years of the current agreement. The Economic Commission has rigorously analyzed the agreement, highlighting first legal aspects. This agreement is being signed with a subsidiary of the club, Nike, under Spanish legislation, and in the case of litigation, the law courts of Barcelona will be competent. Nike is an American company, and American legislation has little to do with ours. That's why it was important to maintain the entire legal structure within and in accordance with our rules and laws. In addition, a series of processes for conflict resolution have been set for the purpose of not judicializing the agreement between the main sponsor of the club and the club. As has already been mentioned, and as could be no other way, there's a commitment of FC Barcelona with women's sport, and the successes achieved by the women's first team are valued with this new agreement by means of this new bonus that the President referred to. These additional payments in the event of achieving different sports successes, equating the value of the first men's team to the first women's teams. One of the reasons why we can believe that this agreement is one of the most sustainable, let's say, not just from a financial point of view, but also in terms of gender equality. Economic aspects. From an economic point of view, I would like to highlight three relationships. Sponsorship. The new agreement significantly increases the consideration received because of sponsorship, in addition to removing the effects of penalties. In addition, the new agreement includes a regular revaluation of the sponsorship until its maturity. With this agreement, Nike maintains the maximum status as sponsor of the club, upholding the considerations that had already been included, such as advertising, access to the players of all sections, hospitality services, and even the possibility of organizing events at the club's facilities. Second aspect, signing bonus. An amount already collected by the club. This amount is a relevant amount, but from a book purpose it will be accounted for throughout the duration of the agreement. We won't see the whole amount this year in our books. Rather, it will be included on a proportional basis throughout these 14 years. This will not entail a significant increase in profit this year, but it will mean an improvement in the economic results since we received money, and this money will be useful to pay less interest on the debt incurred so far. 3. The commercial relationship. Along these lines, there has been an improvement that can be seen on many different levels. First, the new cooperation allows us to recover full control of e-commerce sales operations globally by FC Barcelona. This will entail a significant increase in turnover in the short and mid-term. Let me remember that between 2016 and today there was a pandemic, and the pandemic saw a skyrocketing increase in e-commerce, and the fact that we can sell all of BLM material through the internet, we are convinced will yield very good results for FC Barcelona. In relation to the co-branded products, a minimum guarantee is established, formed or based on a relationship of cooperation between two entities. With respect to the products that are mono-branded, that is exclusively branded by Barca, we can see a significant positive qualitative improvement for the club. Barca, in cooperation with Nike, will lead with responsibility all products with the Barca brand, as well as the relationship with the possible suppliers other than Nike. Moreover, the club will be able to sell these products by means of its available channels. Lastly, we were able to secure a significant reduction in the purchasing price of the material, that is, the jerseys, and as such, BLM will obtain better margins and, as a result, greater profit. Thus, as mentioned, this new agreement is the best agreement in European football, and the considerations defined in it, because of the considerations defined in it, and because of the capacity of operating a new exploitation model of the product. As a conclusion, having analyzed the economic conditions in this agreement, the Economic Commission estimates that altogether it is an excellent agreement, and its ratification is convenient and necessary in order to update the services and the considerations included in the agreement in an economic environment in accordance with the value of the Barca brand. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies, Carme.
Thank you very much, Karma.
Els informo
I
que
would like to inform you that at 11:50, that is 10 to 12, there are 634 delegate members registered.
tot seguit
Next,
passarem a fer les preguntes
we shall continue with the questions, answers and deliberations on this item of the agenda. First of all, we will open the floor for questions asked via the video conferencing system. Questions should relate exclusively to this item on the agenda. That is, to the approval,
ratificació si s'escau.
if need be, and ratification, if need be, of the agreement with Nike.
Que l'assemblea es desenvolupi
In order for this assembly to unfold flawlessly, we kindly ask you to be brief in your questions
hi hagi
so that we can ensure the maximum participation by those delegate members interested in raising their questions or doubts.
també els hi recordo
I would also like to remind you, as always, that before each intervention you should state your name and member number,
en l'acte
just to set it out on the record drawn up by the notary public.
en quant a manera de procedir.
As for the procedure, we will be taking 5 questions in each block.
Comencem.
So let us start with the questions over the video conferencing system. This is the beginning of the questions over the online platform of FC Barcelona. The first question will be made by Mr. Santiago Mas de Xaixas Faus, member number 66367. You should open your mic. You are muted. Now, yes. Apologies. Thank you very much. I will try to be brief, at least not as long as Mr. Xavier Salamartí in his first intervention in the previous board meeting. I'm rather new in this. It's the first time I do this, and I have always thought that delegate members had access to much more information than the one I had access to. The truth is, I don't need this to be a day to have strength. I need just a management board that can manage and that can guarantee the future of this club. And in the face of an agreement where there's little that we can know, I invite anyone, any possible future candidate, to review this, because it's impossible. I cannot make a decision in representation of the members I represent with the information that has been made available to me. It is said it is the best agreement in history. Of course, it is being signed today. I'm sure in 5 years from now, the question is, in 5 years from now, will it continue to be the best agreement in history? Or is there any clause or any stipulation that will guarantee that this can happen? This is a specific question I would like to ask you. Is there any stipulation in the agreement stating that in 10 years this will continue to be the best agreement in the history, and we won't see how Real Madrid in 4 years from now will have a better agreement and ours will be left not updated? So unfortunately, I wouldn't like to take advantage of this opportunity, but it is true that there's a lack of credibility in this management board, as we see with the stadium, right? Even if you haven't said so, we won't be there in February. But they're treating us like children, so I ask you for respect, to be treated as adults. And I would like to know, what are those things that could have been better and were not? What has not been possible to obtain? And please confirm that this will actually be the best agreement in 10 years from now. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Luis Maria Cresceni Roset, 14,763. Your microphone, please. Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, go ahead. Very well. Well, I participated as a delegate member in 2009, and it was during Mr. Bertomeo's presidency, and to be able to achieve a discount of the products of this company. And now is the time with Nike, as I mentioned before, that BLM's margin will grow. It would be nice for the club members to have an additional considerable discount. I'm talking only about the jerseys, to be able to benefit the members because they deserve it. That's all. If we would be able to get a discount for the jerseys. Thank you very much, and long live Barça. Now it's Mr. Carlos de Pablo Torrecillas. 115,202 is his number. Hello, good morning to everyone, to all the Barcelona members and the board. This looks, from the professional point of view, it seems to be an extraordinary contract. I hope that this board, this managing board, it would be good for them to explain how this contract has been negotiated and managed, and it is something that can help us to better understand what it means to sign with a global brand such as Nike, with a brand, well, Barca isn't actually a brand, but we are, if you think of it, a global brand. After congratulating ourselves on what seems to be a wonderful contract, what concerns me is that we have ACNUR on our shorts. Is that correct? Barcelona has had at different moments UNICEF and other international that are in favor of human rights. So we are a democratic entity that tries to promote human rights here and all over the world. Nike is one of these companies, as there are so many, that in all of their value chain and all of the supply chain, they have had different episodes of violations of human rights. So it would be important from our institution to establish mechanisms to control this, to monitor their behavior in this sense. And I believe that Barca has mechanisms and capacity for this social corporate responsibility to be able to watch out for this, because otherwise, if FC Barcelona is so important for Nike, which I believe it is because it's the best client that Nike has at this moment, well, our obligation, since we're wearing UNCA on our UNCHR, well, we should be able to enforce their role in their supply chain. And Nike is one of many companies that have that there are many suspicions about. And I asked the board to establish these procedures. They can do it directly with their works councils and through different administrative means. I asked them to do that. And a second issue that's also very important, the price of the products for all of us, the products of FC Barcelona. It's not just us that are members, but all of our family, and so it's a very high cost. I would ask our board to take a closer look at this, to see if prices for Barca members could have adequate prices, because at this moment they don't, and the access to our own brand should be possible and feasible, which at this moment is not because of the high price. That's all. Thank everyone for the effort, and it's very difficult to know specific issues of the contract, because obviously there's a high level of confidentiality, but I hope that we can understand this very complex contract. I'm sure sure. Thank you very much, Visca Barça and Visca Catalonia. It's now Mr. Hashim Amadami, 82,836. Thank you very much to everyone. Well, I just wanted to ask something about this agreement with Nike. As a member of the club for 17 years, I have always taken into account the experience of the members of the board, because this can lead to economic and commercial advantages for Barca. We have seen this in the agreement with Spotify and the influence of Mr. Julie Guiou, his long trajectory in the world of music, and this has led to a benefit for FC Barcelona. Now, in this relationship with Nike, we have been together since 1997, and this relationship, Barca is the biggest team that Nike has, and the renewal of the contract between Barca and Nike has happened on many occasions. And I'm struck by the name of the CEO, Mr. Darren Dane, that has appeared as one of the intermediaries that has helped to negotiate this contract. So I'd like to speak specifically, what is the value and the important step that Mr. Darren Dane has been able to provide that the management board has not been able to do on their own without his help? Thank you. Now it's Mr. Victor Vives Santa Maria, 78,654. Good morning. I'll try to be brief. I believe that it's a good agreement, but it's the only agreement that we can vote in this sense. I will vote in favor, but I would like to understand if this contract will have to pay any commissions to third parties, and if so, I would like to know what they are and to who they will be paid. Thank you. Okay, those are the first 5 questions that we have about this point. So let us now move on to the response of our 5 delegate members. So, Ferran, we can begin with the first, or President, whoever is going to answer. Well, Mr. Santiago Mas de Sessao Fau, you say that you don't have sufficient information, and we're giving you all the information that we can give within, the framework of a contract such as this and its confidentiality. I understand your comment, but to talk about the lack of credibility of our board and the things that you have said, and I wouldn't use lack of respect, because we try to respect everyone. And if you are bothered by the fact that I referred to the fact that it's a day to exalt Barcelona, the Barcelona spirit, then I'm sorry if it's offended you, but I believe that the fact that we have an extraordinary General Assembly of delegate members, and the game that we have today is a very important one. So today is a special day. We are all, on the one hand, happy to celebrate an assembly, and we have a big game, a big match tonight. So I respect your comments, and I'm sorry that you have not been able to have more information, more access to information that you would have liked as a delegate member. But in this sense, I have to say that we have explained, and Ferran did it extremely well. Ferran Oliver, he has explained this contract. He has explained it has been corroborated by our Economic Commission, by Mrs. Hurtala. And in this sense, I just want to insist that this is the best contract in history, and currently it's the best in the world in sporting gear for a team. And to tell you that you are asking for us to have the crystal ball to know what's going to happen in the coming years. Well, we have taken into account in this contract, and that's something that we're grateful to Nike for, that it is progressive and it is ascendant. It is increasing year after year. We can't dominate, we can't understand the future completely, but we have tried to take into account all the variables that can take place in immediately and in the midterm and in the long term in a contract of this nature. What I can say is that, well, this contract is an example that both parties have to be satisfied, both parties have to be happy, and these contracts are applied based on the reality of the given moment. And this relationship that has been redone, and as Ferran said, it's a love relationship between Nike and Barça. Well, it's made it possible for this contract to always be updated. And what we are submitting here for your ratification, well, if this does not happen in the coming years, I'm sure we would come to an understanding. We had a contract that was still in effect, and we were able to negotiate on both parts to renew this with a new contract that takes all of these issues into account. Mr. Luis Maria Creixell asks if this margin will grow, if they can have an additional discount, a considerable one, to favor all of the club members. Well, today the club members already have a 10% discount in the shops, and they have specific private sales where they have sales of up to 70%. Of course, this is something that can be improved. We can look for more spaces, but I want to make it clear that this already exists. There is a discount for club members, and at given moments up to 70%. The third question was Mr. Carlos Pautorrafilla, and he was asking about the relationship with UNCHR and the commitment of Nike to respecting human rights. I think that we're talking of different periods. Nike has evolved as a company, and today it is one of the companies that is most on top of the compliance departments, just as we do here at FC Barcelona. This is something that has been totally overcome from past periods. Well, since then, Nike has a very efficient control system for its supply line. Especially, I'm sure you're referring to the child labor that they were accused of in the past. Yes, I would like to say to Mr. Carlos Pautorrafilla that in 2006, when President Laporta at the United Nations proclaimed the alliance with UNICEF, before that we had been working a great deal, because I find this, Mr. Auditori, based on the vulnerability of boys and girls in many countries. I would like to tell you that our foundation it works together with the United Nations so that this doesn't occur to boys and girls over the world, and you can be sure that we won't have any problem with any vendors or any suppliers to Nike because of our interest in this. Mr. Hashim Al-Matani speaks to us of a possible commission being paid to Mr. Darren Dane. Well, this is something that we would like to make very clear. As we explained before, the situation that we had during our negotiations with Nike, well, there were many moments when we were on the verge of breaking our negotiations, and we had lots of crossed lawsuits, and there was only one thing that we agreed on, and that was on having a mediator. That was the start of our entire agreement. Darren Dane had worked with us in the sponsorship of Spotify, someone that was well known to us, and also someone that was well known to Nike. And I'm saying this clearly because at that moment, everything was a confrontation. There was nothing that we could really agree on except on who the mediator should be. Thanks to that mediator, we are able to achieve what I explained before, to begin to break down, well, the legal aspects of this conflict. We had the matching rights as an important issue. If both of you consider that the valuation is not the same, well, we need to find someone to get a proposal, and if Nike wants, they can equal those well, they have that matching right to equal the offer. And this we were able to break this down into different areas, different issues, and we were allowed then to go out to look for an offer, and if there was an offer for us, then Nike would have the possibility of matching it. So I think that's one of the key points that this mediator helped with. Yes, and it's also important, this excellent job that you have talked about, but it also occurred that, so that you understand it even better, the president of Nike is a member of the Spotify board of directors, and or supervisory board or board of directors, I don't know, but also president Spotify. And this person that was the mediator, since it was a person that had been key in our contract with Spotify, well, it turned out that this person was chosen as a mediator by both sides. And as we talked before of the matching rights and the settlement agreement, you will remember that this summer it was very important to us because apart from agreeing, giving Nike this matching rights possibility, and we wanted to have the best contract in the world, and the people from Nike that understood that we had to go out to the market in any case because we wanted to offer the best contract in the market to our members. If we agreed before with Nike, we couldn't agree that it was the best one on the market. We went to the market. We were able to get excellent conditions based on a proposal of competitors. This was accepted by Nike, and Nike, well, believing in us, matched these conditions. And in this, there was also the withdrawal of the legal actions in our relationship with Nike, and therefore the payment that was that had been the cause of controversies and friction between Nike and Barca. And I think that this person has done an excellent job, and we can be happy that we chose a mediator that was able to disentangle all of the negotiations and help us.
Yeah, we'll repeat the fifth question. And the mediator's commission has been shared between Nike and Barca. So part has been paid by Nike and the other part has been paid by Barca. This was agreed because he worked for both parties, maybe more in favor of one than the other. And that's why we agreed facing or sharing these costs. Having concluded the answers for this first block, I kindly ask the organizers to start with the second block of interventions using the video conferencing system.
Continuem les preguntes telemàtiques amb el senyor Josep Pujades Gil, amb un número de soci...
The next will be member number 6223. Good morning, Barca fans. Can you hear me? Yes. Very well. Since I'm one of the most veterans, let me just say one thing. We are at this assembly because when it was my turn to be the delegate member for the very first time in 1992, in the times of Mr. Núñez and José María Antras, I asked to include in the bylaws Article 17.7 that empowered only the General Assembly of delegate members to approve agreements exceeding 5 years. That is why we're here today. This is an agreement lasting for more than 5 years. At that time, was to avoid problems, but now I must say that after listening to you and your explanations, that I will be voting in favor, despite the fact that in 1992 I asked to include the stipulation that is 20.8 nowadays, if I'm not mistaken. I will be voting in favor because I am convinced, and now I ask. This agreement improves the previous two ones. It's releasing assets. These increasing revenues explained by the President are very interesting for us. It's also interesting for me that this signing bonus will be prorated over the length of the agreement, 14 years, avoiding the caution I made several years ago in 1992. It's also important that the men's and women's teams, in accordance with the current times, will be on an equal footing. And I also like the stipulation of the courts, that is, the law courts of Barcelona City, Catalan courts, and not those in the US. Those of us with experience in US courts, we all know how the courts work there. So the only thing I can say is that we'll be voting in favor. And my question, please clarify it, Mr. President, are we still on time to include some stipulation for exclusivity? That is, Real Madrid is sponsored by Adidas. I would like never. I mean, I was one of those who said when Zanussi came, I never bought Zanussi, so I would never want them to wear Nike. Nike is number one. Adidas is probably third, following the alliance with Puma. So could we include some penalty stipulation or exclusivity stipulation saying Nike is Barça? And in this marriage, there's no room for other parties, so a loyalty stipulation. That would be my question. Other than that, I support this agreement, despite introducing that amendment to the bylaws back in my day, because after the Bartomeu time and enjoying the game of Messi, the economic situation is and was very delicate, and there were only two paths to follow. The first one was to carry on doing what Zaragoza did, or what's happening to Valencia now, which is to pay debt and to lower our heads, or to carry on with the enthusiasm of this board led by Mr. Laporta. Because of the dimension and size of Barça, I saw Migueli vote, but look at where Zaragoza is now. I think it was 1982, and in 1973 as well. In 1982, I saw we lost at Valencia with Maradona, but look at Valencia now. And where will Valencia be in 3 years from now? We cannot let this happen to Barça unless we look forward. In my humble understanding, this agreement will help us move forward. So I would move forward. I will vote yes, and I only ask you to know if there can be any stipulation to avoid Madrid sharing anything with us. The only thing we need to do with Madrid is score goals against them. 4 goals every time. I feel sorry for Carlos de Pablo, but this evening I will be saying, long live Barça and let's beat Atletico de Madrid. And the last question for this first item on the agenda. This last question will be made by Mr. Jaume Archiles Torrecilla, member number 82769. Good morning to those in the room and those connected online. I have a question in relation to Darren Dane, the mediator. But before I ask my question, could we know if, as part of the agreement with Nike, there's any stipulation or provision in relation to a statement made by Mr. Laporta in 2020 stating that we could vote for the proposal of a jersey. This year we were unable to do that. Does the new agreement contemplate the possibility of us choosing between two different models of a jersey? Thank you very much. Thank you for your interventions. This brings us to the end of the block of questions using the video conferencing system. Now let's answer the two questions that have been posed. I would also like to inform you that at 12:20 there are 273 delegate members registered, so let's start answering these two questions. Mr. Pujadas, there were applause here from the room because your intervention was very illustrative, very understanding, and in addition, you've been since 1992 participating, insisting in including the stipulation that when an agreement exceeds a specific length, it needs to go through the assembly. So we are here today thanks to you, indeed. And in this respect, we fully share your views on this provision. With agreements as important as these, the General Assembly of delegate members must approve them in an extraordinary or in an ordinary meeting. This is an agreement with an increasing consideration guaranteeing the updating of the agreement. Should this not happen, there would be an understanding between Nike and Barça, of course. You also referred to the Catalan courts. We agree. This is a good job that Carme Utala did. The people from Nike here and us wanted to ensure that this stipulation would be included. There's also something that you did not say, but I would like to highlight, which is the fact that these assets that we released, that Ferran identified so well, e-commerce, mono-branding, all of that, will allow us and our firm, the BLM firm, to be able to carry out its business, an important business for the club, that will bring about significant resources. And as for that fidelity or loyalty stipulation you referred to, it's something that we perfectly understand, of course, but it's not in the agreement, of course. I must be truthful and sincere, but we've renewed our vows in our marriage, and after 28 years so far, 28 years together, this is a solid, a robust relationship. We've renewed our vows for the next 14 years to come, and we hope that we will always be together. This will mean our relationship is strong and we still have the best agreement in the market. Nike is the #1 company in its sector. Barça is also a #1 club in the world of football, and I would say that our paths go together. So I wouldn't like to swear eternal loyalty to someone, but it is true that everything is pointing towards and guiding towards the fact that we will remain together for many more years. As for your comment in relation to Nike going with any rival, going 600 kilometers away, well, they haven't done it yet, so I don't think they will do it. We don't think we need to remain vigilant. They are as culés as we are. I would like to say to Mr. Pujadas and to all members and delegate members, and also from a sales perspective, there is something very important that we have said. I'm referring to the acceleration of sales throughout the world. Sales of our own brand. We are the first club in the world, but we need to demonstrate that. And since we signed this agreement with Albert Bernet, we already started with our executives to prepare a plan, a project that will make our products reach everywhere in the world with good distribution, good e-commerce strategy, and the sky has no limit. So you, in the world of business and corporate affairs, this will entail an exponential growth in sales with the Barça brand around the world, which is already happening. You refer to the enthusiasm. Indeed, that enthusiasm is here because we are turning things around. And nowadays, this agreement will allow us to feel strong. It will allow us to set a clear business strategy, that of BLM, which right now, let me say so, because there was a board meeting the other day of this subsidiary of FC Barcelona, because at Barça we hold 100% of the shares of the company. We can tell you already that as at November of this year, this season, we already invoiced more by e-commerce than throughout all of the previous season. The numbers are already important, and we say so openly and proudly. Thank you once again, Mr. Pujadas, for your intervention. As for Mr. Jaume Chiles Torrecilla, we already answered that question in relation to the mediator, Darren Dane, with a market commission paid by both parties equally. We valued the work carried out by the mediator to disentangle situations where the companies were facing each other, against each other, difficult to resolve, as Fernando Olives said. And as for the voting on the models of the jersey, you're right. This is something that in an assembly I already said. This is difficult. We're talking about, I mean, you can only imagine how much work is put behind the design of a jersey. And they spend, I mean, we need to go through many different filters, and the models get to the management board, but the timings must be abided by. But there is not enough time to produce sometimes. Think that, I mean, I can't say the total number of jerseys that we sell, but we're talking about millions. And it's really difficult to find space for the whole production process, adjusted with the distribution process. And I said in one meeting, Jaume, Mr. Chiles, that this was very, very difficult. And it entails a lot of problems. So in theory, this is not something we would be considering. I must be sincere, because that's the way it is. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Although the second turn of questions had been closed, the organizers are saying that there's one question left using the video conferencing system, so let's open up the floor again. Pep Escobedo Rey, member number 393112. Please switch your microphone on. Hi, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Hi. I would like to thank the management board for defending the colors of this club and for managing things the way they have done. Now, let me touch on something that I think needs to be resolved. It's just anecdotal. This summer, I was in China. I visited the most important cities of China, and I went to the Nike stores because I wanted to buy a jersey thinking that I would save some money. In none of the Nike stores I visited did I see any single Barca jersey. None. So I went to Adidas stores, and I did see white jerseys of the competitor, our rival. Unfortunately. Then I went to the market, with forgeries, and it was full of our jersey, this jersey. Less than 10 euros. And in these markets, I didn't see any white jerseys. This needs to be resolved. I mean, I would have spent 60, 70 or 90 euros in a jersey, but I didn't find any, so I bought one of these. I'm a 100% Barcelona fan, and most people would do the same thing. So please, resolve this. That's all. Thank you very much. So let's answer this last and final question using the video conferencing platform. First of all, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Escobedo. Thank you, Pep, for your comments to this in relation to this management board. And let me just say, and thank you for being so sincere, because had there been Barca jerseys at the stores, at the official stores, you would have spent the money that the jersey cost, and since you couldn't find it, you had to go to other markets. Anyway, this is something that we will be sorting out. This is something that back in the day was mentioned as well, together with Nike, that there were some situations like the one you were just describing. And we hope that with this new agreement, since we will have the possibility, as Ferran said, of opening franchises internationally as well, our own stores, we will try to ensure that this doesn't happen again. In China, which, as you know, that China is a very important market for us, and we are working to ensure that this market will have significant growth. Thank you. So next, we will continue with the questions and comments made here in the room. So any delegate members wishing to ask any questions can raise their hands. We will be giving the floor to you using the microphones that the staffers will give to you. Please state your name and member number for the transcript of this meeting. And please be brief so that we can allow for the maximum number of delegate members to ask any questions. Any questions? Yes, please.
Joan Lacan-Vidal, 827 is my member number. I would like to a request and a question. The request is that this contract is extremely important for Barça, as Bertomeu has been explained so clearly, and next year and the year after we'll want to follow that to know how this contract is evolving. I would ask if it's possible to study the way of doing this, not in the yearly accounts, but it appears in different areas, but it would be nice for us to have a graphic summary which would be rigorous and well, that would allow us to follow the progress of this contract. I don't know how, I have no idea, but I think it would be good to be able to provide an explanation to the members of how things are going. That's my request. And the question is if the external auditors have had access to reading the contract, if they've had the ability to read the access. Thanks to all of you for your hard work, and thank you for saying that today is a great day. I think it's very adequate to say so for Barcelona. Any other interventions? Yes, back here.
Senyor Gaspar.
Una mica pesat, no? Però bueno, soci número 628.
628, Joan Gaspar.
El senyor Ferran avui ha
Mr. Ferran has acted as a delegate member today because I thank him for having stepped ahead of us, but I think that all of us
no agraeixo és a Nike.
I
A Nike la felicito.
Well, I'm congratulating. I'm not thanking Nike, I'm congratulating Nike. What's the difference between congratulating and thanking? Well, it means that the people that have worked from the club, the president and the employees and all of the board members, well, Nike, I want to congratulate them because they have, made a contract with the best club in the world. That's something that requires congratulations. So I congratulate you because you have signed a great contract that is very important for me and something that needed to be done. And I'm sure that you've seen, President, something, the mediator, something that people are, interested in knowing about, because in this contract, the only thing that we pay as members of the club is the mediator, because obviously we get money from Nike, we get money from the sales, but the mediator is the person that receives 50% from each of us, from what we have understood. So I have to say here that in this type of contracts, and I appreciate that this relationship with Nike began during President Nunez's tenure. Well, I think that you have done well. That was done without a mediator, and I think you've done well to use a mediator here, and this can help us to understand that they are very necessary. I think the mediator is necessary. If we have problems, it's good for the mediators to be able to be arbiters in this situation. So this is something that has to be accepted. I'm not worried about the period of the contract. I'm very happy what one of the delegate members said about asking Nike to not sign a contract with another football team. I mean, that's not possible. However, the law doesn't allow that. But there can be a moral commitment that if Nike ever improve the conditions of our contract with another club, well, we would want to be able to equal it so that we could say that it's the best contract. So we're not prohibiting them from doing what they think is best for them. But if there's another club that comes in and that get better conditions than that we should be able to at least ask Nike to take us into account to equal it, so to match it. So obviously it can't be legal, but it can be a moral agreement. So congratulations to Nike. I believe some of them are here, right in front of you. Congratulations. I congratulate you. I'm not thanking you, I'm congratulating you because you've made a great deal. So thank you very much. Are there any other interventions, any other questions?
Si no n'hi ha, donem per tancada el torn de deliberacions presencials.
We open
Comencem amb les respostes.
to answer these questions in person from the auditorium. Yes, we spoke about this the other day. It's true. I understand that confidentiality keeps us from giving all of the details of the contract, but you will see this reflected in our yearly accounts. Now, allow me to explain. In the yearly account, we have the consolidated accounts and those that are from the company, the club itself. Now, you will see that there will be three parts of income from this contract. First of all, we have the signing bonus, this amount that Nike has already paid from the start of the contract, and this will be distributed in different parts of the club's accounts, and another part will be from the sale of shirts, and there will be a third, which will be the sponsorship, the increase of the sponsorship fee. If you notice, we gave you a hint when we presented the budgets for 24-25 season. There was already a quantity that we introduced there from sponsorships, and that was did an increase as compared to the previous year. So we are in a point that we cannot explain anything because the confidentiality agreement includes that, and we have to be very careful in that sense. But I can tell you that you will see it in the coming accounts over the coming years. You will see it clearly. And as for the auditors are not aware of this, but the club does. In December, we have partial audits of the accounts because, and this will be reflected in the December closing. Microphone, please. I understand the confidentiality. I don't want figures. I haven't even asked for figures, and this year I haven't asked anything as well as far as figures, amounts. I understand that, but it's what I'm speaking in favor of is the follow-up for us to see the income. But what I was saying is requesting. I wasn't questioning anything at all. I would just said if you can create some kind of a graph that would be easy to understand by all of the club members, so that the club member can ask whatever the question may be based on that information, or to the Economic Commission. But if we had it as a graph, to go to the accounts is very complicated, and people cannot turn to the accounts. There's a commission that deals with that. But if you give me a graph where you clearly explain it, and next year if I say, Mr. Ferran, explain to me how things are doing with the Nike contract. Are you happy with it? How can we reflect this? You will say, well, from 0 to 10, we're at 10. Well, maybe you can't even say that, but I'm just asking for that. And as refers to the auditor, I'm surprised because I thought that it would be a positive response, that they had seen the contract, because now there's an assembly that has to ratify this. If there were external auditors that have the contract year after year, well, in this period, they should have had access, not only access to what confidentially is included. They cannot see the contract. The auditors can see the contract if it's. I would be surprised if that's the case, but regardless of whether or not the auditors have had access to the contract, and I am very happy with this. I would congratulate all of you, but I just want to clarify that. Yes, let me continue. I will find the formula so that at the next assembly, when we explain the fiscal period 24-25, that we will have some method of explaining this clearly. And for the auditors, well, it's a technical issue. The club has these intermediate periods, and the auditors have access, but we hadn't counted yet this contract. We haven't evaluated it yet. We haven't valued it yet. Thank you. Okay, if I may. It's a proposal, really, that you're making, not a question. It's a proposal that improves our way of explaining things to the members, in this case, the accounts. So I think if we can make this easier, not just for you, but for everyone, well, I think we can do something specific. It's such a significant contract that it makes sense for us to have a specific explanation with graphs or whatever we can do to make it clear so that everyone understands it. And it's a contract that we're actually proud to explain. We'd like to explain more, but we have this confidentiality agreement, and I think that you understand that these clauses exist and that they bind us. Now, you, well, this is important to explain as well. The extraordinary General Assembly of the delegate members. Well, I mean, this could be approved in an ordinary General Assembly. We wouldn't have had to bring you all together just for this purpose, but we need to approve this because, as we have said, this helps us with the financial fair play that the league imposes on us. And if this contract had not been approved by the Assembly, we could not include it in the fair play calculations. So you understand, this is one of the reasons why we're having an extraordinary General Assembly. We could have waited until the ordinary General Assembly, so this is just a way of advancing this. So, President Gaspard, it's an honor to be able to address your question. There's just a few nuances that I would like to include. We have to be grateful to Nike as well, Joan, because I agree that we should congratulate them, and I have done that. We've had our discussions, but Nike is the #1 company in their sector, and we have to congratulate them and to thank them as well. You know how important it is to be grateful. Of course, the Barcelona spirit is to say that we are the best, and we heard the explanation of 1992 where there was a clause that was approved that has brought us here today. Well, I have to say, especially the person that you have in front of you has helped us to make Nike understand at a moment in which, we were negotiating what Barca actually represents. Not just here, but rather in the world of sports globally. And some people are very aware of that, but perhaps others not quite that much. So there were people from Nike that took a step forward, especially Heidi O'Neill, the president, who came here to Barcelona with a meeting that the mediator called, and it was necessary because the relationship was very broken, and this person had a relationship with both sides of the formula. So this person had brought us the Spotify contract and had worked more for Barça because we were able to sign both sides. Obviously, we were able to get the money that we were demanding at the time, and I agree that the media can be used for anything, and I know where you are headed, but we have to find the best solution possible for Barça. But in that sense, I think we have to congratulate Nike, but also to be grateful because they have had an important role in making this happen. So I would also like to say that as far as maintaining the best contract in history, well, it depends on all of us, those of us that are here on the managing board, the board of directors. We have an agreement, we have a framework of the relationship between Barça and Nike, which is extraordinary. It's the best in the world, and it ensures that this contract will never be obsolete, and it also ensures that this contract will not have any penalties, and that was essential for me because when we got here, we saw that this. Let me explain. My first period as president of the Barça was in 2010, and there were 32 million euros plus 8 million variables, so about 40 million in total. And now in 2021, we saw that there were a series of penalties that were still in effect, and we were getting an amount that was similar to what I have left, 43 million. And this led me, together with my colleagues here on the board, to, well, decide that this had become outdated and that we could not accept these penalties. And this negotiation has allowed us to remove those penalties, and that will keep us in that situation of having the best contract in sports. And based on this deep relationship and this totally honest relationship with Nike, well, this will always be updated. I just wanted to make this comment and thank you for your intervention once again. Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone for their participation. Now, before moving to the voting itself, I'd like to give the floor to the President for some closing words about this point on our agenda. Well, thank you very much, Giuseppe. I think everything has been well explained. We find ourselves at a historic moment, and I, of course, would ask you to ratify this contract because it's an excellent contract. It's the best of athletic apparel in the world of football, the best ever. And it's important because it helps us to recover the economy of the club. This contract confirms the economic recovery of the club, and it helps us to comply with the fair play regulations. It's an additional aid in these interpretations that the league has made of fair play, and therefore it will allow us also to continue on this path of success. And I would ask you all to vote affirmatively. Thank you very much. So, as I said, we're going to begin with the voting of this point. We ask the doors, both in the virtual hall as well as in the auditorium. We are voting for the ratification of the new contract with Nike. We will show you a video with the instructions for how to vote, both here in the auditorium as well as virtually. So let us now see. Our delegate members that are following this online to please press the button for voting that you saw on your screen. We will give 5 minutes for voting. The delegate members here can already press the button or the key as has been indicated in the video, and all of the senators and other attendees, I'd ask you please not to stand up until we've officially finalize the vote. Once the vote is complete, we will do, for a few moments, we will count the votes and we will give the result after that. So please, you can begin to vote.
Sisplau, els hi pregaria...
Please, I would kindly ask you to go back to your seats. We are about to receive the count for the votes that have been cast, so please take your seats.
Informo del resultat.
Let me inform you of the result of this vote. Votes in favor, 419. Votes against, 27. Blank votes, 22. Therefore, the agreement with Nike has been ratified. If I may, I would like to give special recognition to the executives of the club. Ernest, Elena, Massaguer, those mentioned by Ferran. They are the executives. I mean, we also have Cristina Belloc and Pere Luis Bellado, head of legal. They deserve this recognition, and this applause goes for them. Rafael Yuste, Julie Guiu, and Ferran Oliver, also please stand. Because you placed all of your talent and knowledge at the service of this agreement. You've been very brave and you're very audacious in securing this historic deal between Barça and Nike. So this applause goes to you. Please stand. Julie, stand, come on. Ferran, up you go. Very well. Let's continue with the third item on the agenda. It refers to the proposals of members in accordance with Article 20.11 of the bylaws of our club. Sergi, Albert Baronet. I want to see them stand too. Come on, get up. So, in relation to Article 20.11 of the bylaws of our club, I would like to inform you that there have been no proposals in relation to this article. So, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. The fourth item on the agenda is the time when you can make any suggestions or comments. So let's start with this fourth item on the agenda. You can already raise your questions using the video conferencing platform. So now we will start with the interventions. We will be doing it in the same way we address the second item on the agenda in blocks of 5. And next we will give the answers. Please state your name and your member number first. Let's start with the first block. This is the beginning of the questions asked over the video conferencing system of FC Barcelona. The first question will be made by Mr. José Luis Pérez Nicolás, member number 111471. Hi, good morning. First of all, congratulations for the ratification of this agreement with Nike. I think it will be very important for the club. I have a question referring to the stadium. As a Barca fan, I approach the works every so often, and I don't like what I am seeing. How people don't encourage the team, they are not supporting the team. This is Delegate, so I would like to give it an extra boost to... I want to see people encouraging and supporting the team at the stadium. I'm referring to the part of the Grada d'Animació, the supporting fan group that has been banned from accessing the stadium. There have been two games we have lost, and I think with this animation stand we would have taken the 3 points. Today is a very important day to support the team, as the president just said, but I also believe that this support is vital. So I would like to know what your view is on this. Next, Mr. Pere Pons Marquès, member number 6435. Hi, good morning. Congratulations for everything ahead of us. I have a question in relation to what the press are saying and the attacks made against Barça. What can we do about this? It's incredible to see or listen how games are broadcast and see how people who theoretically should be... I'm not saying that they should broadcast in favor of Barça, but they should be neutral. In some games, the comments of some commentators of Catalunya Radio and RAC1, it's like they were defending different colors. Oh, he should have been sent off, I don't know. So anything in relation to Barca seems not to be done well, it seems to be a disaster. I don't know what can be done about this. So I ask you, the management board, to see if something could be done, or what could be done in order to make things easier, better. So long live Barca and long live Catalonia. Next, Mr. Fermí García, member number 46151. Hi, good morning to you all. Dear delegate members, those at the Assembly, as well as those following it online, like myself. I'm very happy with what has been discussed, with what the deal with Nike and all, but I would like to ask you about what is happening with the first men's team. Things were going very well, but lately in the league we've had some defeats. Maybe other teams know how to play against Barça, and we're having problems to win them. We lost a couple, so I would like to see what the opinion of the president is about this. I think Hansi Flick is a great manager, head coach, but how can we sort things out? And how can we see Barça continue to win games and be leaders and win the league, which is what we all want? And then the Champions League, I have no problem at all. Things are going well there. As for the professional basketball team, let me just say that with this coach, Joan Peñarroya, has plenty technical knowledge. He's a good coach, and good signings have been made, 5 good players. But what is going on? That's reason for concern, because the basketball team doesn't show, good play, or some defeats, some wins, but I don't see the team is progressing suitably. The team is not playing well. Some players are not performing at the level they should. So, I don't know. Can we sort things out in one way or another? Maybe Mr. Josep Maria Cubells could answer this question to see what could be done. How can we find a solution to see the basketball team play better and vie for the titles? Because so far, the professional basketball team is not doing things well. Thank you all. Long live Barça and long live Catalonia. And today, let's hope we play well against Atlético de Madrid and we can win. Thank you. Next question by Mr. Carlos García Santos, member number 61060. Good morning. Congratulations to the club for this agreement with Nike. This is the biggest company in the world when it comes to sporting clothes. This is great news for both entities. I have a question about our return to Camp Nou. 2 months before the date the club had communicated to go back to Camp Nou, can you confirm a specific date? What is the situation? Because I see that completion of the works is far from being in the next 2 months. And is there any alternative of being able to play at a different stadium if it's not Montjuic because of the commitments by the City Council? Next question by Mr. Llorenç Navarro Vilapriga, member number 11347. Good morning. Rather than a question, I have a comment. I would kindly ask this assembly to be organized in present format. And as for the Nike agreement, I was unable to vote because I did not know how to vote. That's all. Thank you. These are the first 5 questions.
Thank you. Before beginning to respond, I would ask 3 volunteers among the delegate members that are here to come up to the rostrum with their identity cards to approve and sign the minutes of this assembly. If you could please, 3 of you, accompanied by the organization, come forward.
Això ho pot comentar el senyor notari, que el tenim aquí dalt.
The Notary Public, thanks to the 3 volunteers that we have. Now we open the turn responses to the first round of interventions from the delegate members online. The first, Mr. José Luis Pérez Nicolás. About the stadium and the cheering section, the animation section. Well, José Luis Pérez Nicolás, thank you for your intervention, for your thought as refers to the animation of the cheering at the stadium. We have made a call to everyone that comes to the Montjuic Stadium today's match and every match there, for everyone to come with the desire to cheer on the team. It's not so much a football stadium, it's more of an athletic stadium, and we're being far from the pitch itself, well, means that the cheering is not heard as powerfully. Once we're at our stadium, we will be able to define what we want, but we have other solutions for this season that will begin today. Consider that there has been a problem, as you know, with the cheering section that we had that did not comply with the agreement that the club had signed with them. That was for them to be able to cheer on as they wished. But if we received fines to the club because of the Anti-Violence Commission, then they would have to deal with that. And I don't know if Elena wants to comment on this. I think it's important. But let me say that in this sense, they have not complied, they did not pay the cost of the fine, and now we are waiting to get even more fines based on certain behaviors of theirs, and we cannot continue to pay the fines from the Anti-Violence Commission. So as a consequence of this, they are no longer in that section of the stands, and we are trying to meet the requests of our different supporters clubs. Each one of the supporters clubs has a different way of cheering on the team. We would like for the cheering to be distributed all over the stadium, not just concentrated in one specific area at the Luis Companys Stadium. Why? Well, because given the characteristics of this stadium, I think that would be the best way to cheer on our team and to make it a pressure cooker of support. The teams would know when they come here there's a powerful animation, powerful cheering, and that would mean that could help us to have the victories with the necessary cheering, even though I wouldn't link wins or losses to a certain amount or type of cheering. There are many examples that I could show that proves that that's not the case, but it's true what you're saying, that this is a task that we are currently working on, and it's something that we hope will be successful, that is to coordinate cheering at the Luis Companys Stadium. And when we come back to the Spotify Camp Nou, well, we would like to have our new model for cheering, for animation that we want for the stadium. Hopefully we'll have that established by then. Elena, would you like to say anything? Just one thing. From the start of our mandate, we have had meetings with those that are in the stands to know their concerns, and at least on 2 occasions, I personally and others from the social area, we had in-person meetings with different groups, and it was clearly established that, please, we are getting fines constantly, stop doing the things that are not allowed. Barca can allow this, it goes against our values, and this cannot continue this way. And there was an agreement, there's an agreement signed every year, convention, with their rights and their responsibilities, and their responsibility was not only signed and accepted, but it was disseminated to, well, everyone involved. And in the last meeting, that was at the end of 23, so halfway through last season, there was an ultimatum that was given saying that these actions should stop, and or that we would charge them for the fines at the end of the season. And even though that had been agreed, the different groups had agreed on that, and that was the reason why, since they did not pay, that we... And these are things that are determined by anti-violence committee, not by us. If there's anti-violence fining, the club has to pay for the fines, and we believe that they should, and they're not. So in some actions on part of some of the groups that have been identified that have had physical attacks, physical aggression against the security forces of the club, security staff. We are in the situation, that's something we just don't want. Now, getting back to the question, though, the cheering at the Estadio Olympic, well, we're working on that to try to get there to be more warmth to our team, our football team, and we hope that tonight we will be able to see that the public is participating and cheering the team on more than ever. Let's continue. Mr. Pere Pons Marquez, 6,135, asked about how the media treats Barça. Well, I agree with you. I mean, I would like, especially some of the media outlets, to be a little more, well, I would like for them to be Barcelona fans. It's true that in other places we find that there's a great deal of subjectivity, they're biased towards one of the team, and they don't hide that. And here, well, sometimes we want to be well, the important thing is for us to have the true information as far as the opinion of how things should be done, and all I can do is to respect, even though there are things that I don't share, I don't agree with, but given that the media here in Catalonia, that initially they should be on the side of Barça, at least we think they are. I think they are. And I believe that some have a way of expressing that or showing that. It's different from others. But don't ask me for something that I cannot do, because that's the freedom of the press, and that's one of the pillars of any democracy, and we are a democratic institution, and we believe that needs to be respected. If there, those that are more complicit with us, then I'm very grateful to them. And those that just say the truth and the information is true and reliable, well, I thank them as well. And to those media outlets, that don't express things as they actually happen, they don't express reality, well, we have the freedom to criticize them, and I do it whenever it's necessary. But I don't tell them how to do their work, because I'm a democratic person, and I have to respect the opinion of everyone, whether I agree with it or not. Therefore, I thank you very much for the comment, because often I feel the same way as you have just expressed.
Perdó. El senyor Fermí García ens pregunta sobre...
Mr. Ferman Garcia asks about what's happening on the football team, on the first our pro team. Well, we have had bad games at home against Leganés and Las Palmas. We were winning and we lost another match. These defeats, these setbacks, well, have hurt us in the league. We were in a very comfortable position, and I think that they have, cooled off our impetus. But let me just say, the trainer just told me that he was also very concerned, very angry with the situation, but together if anyone had said that we would be first in the Spanish league and second in Champions, no one would have believed it. I mean, I can sign for that. And obviously our goal is to continue working so that this can be a successful season. Now, well, with Hansi Flick, he knows the group that he's managing, he knows what the situation is. We have a group where there are players that have great experience, but the majority of the players are very young, and this can lead us to situations such as these. They are very talented players that have brought back joy to the Barcelona supporters and fans, and I think their expectations are incredible. The message that we have for our team, for the players is that the expectations continue to be there. This is as if we were starting from scratch, from zero, so we have to do our very best. So we have talent, commitment, quality. We have players that with a lesion, with an injury that perhaps other players would stop playing, they have continued to play. And it's because they have this commitment to Barca, they have the commitment to this team, and I continue to have my expectations high. And I believe that they have worked hard, they have earned it. We have to believe we haven't won anything yet. I mean, we have no titles yet. This is a team that still hasn't won anything because of its youth. But don't think that everything is done already, because I mean, I'm a president that has had the privilege of being in the Rijkaard period where we won the champions in 2006, and then with Pep when we won the champions in Rome in 2009. And those were teams that had already proven their level, their quality. It was a winning team. We'd won leagues, we'd won Champions Leagues, and we had won club competitions, club world championships, and it is a team that still has not reached the expectations that they have brought us, but I think that the expectations are still there, because if this team begins to play with the mentality that they began the league with, Mr. Fermin Garcia, well, I think that we're going to be all right. Flick is a trainer that you like, and we have a very good team. In basketball, I'm going to give the floor, if you allow me, to Josep Cubells. Mr. Garcia, just let me tell you, I just got back late last night from Bologna, where we lost. We played against Virtus Bologna in a very close match, and I share certain thoughts that you have put forth. This year's project, as you've said, is something that has been very appealing, and it, you know, we have a coach that knows what he's doing and a high-quality team. But the problem that we have had in the first place, we've had lots of injuries. I don't remember a season with so many injuries as we've had this year. And we can talk about one of the players that's one of our key players, Nicola Aprovitola, who will not be able to play for the rest of the season. That's a very difficult loss for us. And talking about the most recent updates, we have Metu, who's a great player, and he was showing it on the court, and Palau has fallen in love with him, and he has a long-term injury that hopefully he will recover in the next coming weeks. And with Metu in the first match, he was injured. So what do we need to do? Well, first of all, we need to recover all of our players. At the end of the year, we will have a recovery of almost all the players except for La Provitola. And well, for everyone must remember that we play in the EuroLeague, where there are many matches. It's very demanding. There's lots of travel, and we have to combine that with our ACB competition. So we have to just hunker down and cheer on our team. The other day against Fenerbahce, the team has shown what it is capable of doing. They played very well and very effectively. As the coach says, we have to, well, give the maximum support to our team, and as we get back all of the players that are missing right now because of injury, well, the team will take on a consistency that is necessary in basketball. I hope with that I've been able to give you an idea of the current situation. But it is true, and allow me, Mr. President, to say that The Palau is growing, and the number of followers. We're very happy to see the response of our club members, and it's a group that encourages, that cheers us on, and in these important moments, especially necessary.
Mr. Garcia, we all wish to play a good game tonight and beat Atletico de Madrid. This is a very important game. And we should consider it as a Champions League game because we're playing great at Champions League. Things are going our way. And in the league, it's funny because the so-called easy games are the ones we're losing. So let's hope that this evening there's a good atmosphere at the stadium, that the players are cheered by the fans, and let's hope we take a win because we fully trust the team and the coach and the players. Let's carry on. Carlos García Sacaro. Elena, the date about going back to Camp Nou. Yes, Mr. Santos. That is the question, isn't it? This board took on a significant challenge. As Mr. Pujadas said in his first intervention, we could put our head low or we could take the challenge. That is to start with the works at Camp Nou. We were brave. And as you can see, the work is progressing. We've always been talking about dates, adjusting the dates according to the progress of the works and the situations that have happened, as well as any situations that we've been witnessing. In the coming weeks, there will be a meeting of a work group together with Limac, the construction firm, where we'll be updating the situation regarding the works of the stadium. And as soon as we hold that meeting and all the information on top of the table, will we be able to work on setting our return to the stadium. As you can understand, for the company, for the club, and for all members, this is priority number one, to go back to our own stadium as soon as possible. And let me just say, as we have said many times, the dream of all fans is to have a new stadium. Nowadays, we see this will be true because the work is progressing, and we all said we would go back at the Spotify Camp Nou as long as the suitable conditions are in place and unless there was any unforeseeable situation. And obviously, if there are unforeseeable situations, allow me to say that this has not been easy so far, because there have been incidences like Elena just referred to. It was not easy. I mean, building a stadium is not easy. But this is the most important work in Southern Europe, with an investment of significant amounts of money. And, well, you see the progress of the work is ongoing, but this will be a reality. What I would like to say is that when will we be back? Well, we want to be back as soon as possible, of course. We must comply with UEFA regulations. We have until, we must play at Montjuic until the end of the first stage of UEFA competitions. Then, as of that date, as soon as possible, unless, if there are no unforeseeable situations, sooner rather than later, and if there are unforeseeable situations, well, we hold meetings on a weekly basis. Every month they submit us the timeline and the progress. Where's Joan? Every week and every month they present to us how the work's evolving. When they present the status to us this month, we'll be able to provide more information, but we are very satisfied in facing this situation because some people, the same occurs to the agreement today, they want to demotivate us, saying, no, this doesn't need to be done, we will do this at another date because our economic situation is not great. Our situation it was not great, but with investors, through Goldman Sachs, they believed in us. This was something that they thought could be done, and we've done it. We secured the necessary funds, we did the design, or we redesigned the stadium. We were also asking for help from the authorities, to do the necessary modifications of the metropolitan plan that are required. This takes time. The granting of the licenses, you know, a series of things, adjusting all the incidences that occur. We are thrilled to take things on with the enthusiasm big projects deserve. And those of us that demotivate us don't see it well, because we believe this. We know this is a collective dream of Barca fans. This is what the club needs to be at the forefront worldwide. In terms of income, this will launch us to a level of income of the best club in the world. I doubt anybody will have the revenues we will get once our stadium has been completed. Really. There are many derivatives, but for us, a project like this must be faced head-on, with will, and obviously with necessary prudence, of course. I must say that we have an agreement for the execution of works that is an exemplary, and it's a contract that lends value to the credibility of the club. Many say that we lack credibility, but we do. We've said so many times. There were some red lines, such as no mortgages, and there have been no mortgages. Everything is guaranteed with the revenue that will be generated by the stadium once it has been completed. 1/3 will go to repaying the debt, 1/3 for the club, and 1/3 for contingencies. We should see this with this spirit in mind, and we've always said this time and time again. I measure my own words. Sometimes when Bidder Bonds spoke about the media, sometimes I read the press and I see things like, he promised, and I did not promise anything. I said that what we want is to be back as soon as possible, and unless there are unforeseeable situations, as described in the construction programs, we would try to ensure that we would be back this season as soon as possible after the first stage of the Champions League. And we are still trying to ensure that this will be the case. But if a situation delays our return, well, we'll face the situation, but we're very satisfied with how things are evolving. And in relation to Mr. Llorenç Navarro, he said he did not know how to vote. Well, let me just say that we regret that you were unable to exercise your right to vote, and we make available to you the AOB office so that next time you can be informed the way in which you should be able to vote. This brings us to the end of this first block of questions. Let's move on to the second block of questions. Organizers, please. In this second block, there will be a total of 7 questions. The first one will be made by Mr. José María González Ibáñez, member number 66298. Hi, I'm a Barca fan since I was born, and I'm 51 years old. I am a member for the last 18 years. I live in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and despite that, I'm a season ticket holder for the last 8 years. We've been saying that we are a global brand, and we've been talking about the prestige of our brand, and I fully agree. However, are we looking after our brand? I don't think we are. Why? Because in my opinion, because we have a management board that does policy with Catalan nationalism. We are the best club in Barcelona, the best club in Catalonia, the best club in Spain, and the best club in the world. And when it comes to the fans, there are more members like myself who are not independent and who are not Catalanists or Catalans. Well, I love Catalan things, but we are not independent. And as for our fans, because we are a global brand, most are not Catalan, nor do they speak Catalan. We want a global brand. That's great. But let us not ignore the more than 599 million Spanish speakers in the world. Why am I saying this? Well, because I believe we should correct two stances to look after our global brand. The first one, we cannot do policy. We are a sports club. We must be neutral and respect all the sensitivities of our members and followers. And secondly, we cannot hinder our coaches and players from being asked about or in Spanish, the natural, easy language to reach the wider audience, the support base of our club. It's the best way of looking after our global brand. And since this is an open question, my question to you is, why do you insist in politicizing the club? What is the need to, to be political from the club? Thank you. Next, Mr. Albert Umall Huguet, member number 76533. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Apologies. I have several questions or comments. I hope I get an answer, not just to the easy questions, but also to the tough ones. You were saying that the agreement with Nike is fantastic, and that this is the best agreement in the history of football. And you were saying that due to confidentiality reasons, you could not share the numbers of this agreement, and therefore we are lacking the elements that would have allowed us to really assess what we are approving in this assembly. I would have several comments to make. How do we know that this is the best agreement in the history of football? Because if there is an NDA in place, it is my understanding that other similar agreements on the market will include such provisions. So you cannot know what other agreements state. And you cannot therefore state that this is the best agreement in the history of football. Also, I think it's important to mention that today the delegate members of this club, that if I'm not mistaken, there were 600 people representing more than 150,000 people, the owners of this club. And we need to provide an answer to a vote where we hardly know any of the important elements of the agreement. I think the time has come for the management board to work on the governance model of the club. After all, we the members are the owners of it. And this is one of the things that had been promised during the campaign and has not been done. In order to avoid or reduce such problems, we need to look for solutions. And the feeling I have is maybe there is no interest, or maybe people don't want to make any steps in this direction. Maybe an in-person assembly could be organized where the delegate members could sign an NDA, as you did with Nike. We could be subject to the same agreements, but in that way we would have knowledge of what needs to be voted on. You did not want to do this. Nike has been in a relationship with Nike for 26 years. I'm sure someone has explained throughout this time what the idiosyncrasy and governance model of the club is. So you should ask for authorization from the Assembly in relation to the agreement signed, and it is difficult to determine if the agreements you sign are suitable or not based on the information explained to us, which has been focused on signing bonus, variables, but nothing about numbers. You also explained that a club like Barça with first-level executives, and we all congratulated ourselves in relation to these incredible executives, had no other option but to hire a mediator, an external mediator, Mr. Darren Dane, to ensure that this agreement could be signed. And you explained why we had to resort to this person, which interestingly is the same one that broke the agreement with Spotify. And Mr. Darren Dane allowed for this matching stipulation to be approved by both parties. And, well, my question would be, how come there is no manager, such as Mr. Juli Giu, the manager responsible for marketing at the club, that has been set to one side, and that's what the press has said? Why is there no one in the club who can look for other brands in the market that could, or with whom we could negotiate such an agreement, which, as you say, has been facilitated by Mr. Darren Dane for an incredible value to the club? I find it hard to understand how a club like Barça cannot do this through its own executives and managers. Maybe the reflection could be that the best club in the world, the biggest club in the world, cannot be managed as if it were a family company. Maybe we should count on the best lawyers and counselors in the world. Apologies. This is the AOB, so all other questions unrelated to the key topic, which was the ratification of the Nike agreement. Obviously, we can comment on it, but I just say so because you're using a lot of time. But maybe we should focus. So I would kindly ask you to focus on other matters, because this has already been discussed. When I asked for the floor, I was told if I wanted to speak in the first turn or the second. For logistics reasons, I said it was difficult for me to use the first block, and they told me that I could ask all kinds of questions. I'm sure there won't be a problem, because in the last assembly, some members referred extensively and using some rooms of the club, and he had no problem at all in saying whatever he said. Mr. Xavier Salamartí did a brilliant presentation without any question, by the way. So I think I can use this time, and I will have some more questions as well that are not related to the Nike agreement. But since I was told I could use this time now, I will ask the questions I deem fit. Apologies. I understand what you're saying. Actually, we are giving you plenty of time for something that has already been ratified and has been discussed. I'm not going to take the word from you, but since the questions must flow, because there are other delegate members who want to make use of the floor, I would kindly ask you to focus on other types of questions. I mean, your explanations show what your ideas are. Yes, let me just finish with two more things. I'll be brief, and then I'll move on to the other aspects that are not related to Nike. I was saying maybe the next president of FC Barcelona could be Mr. Darren Dane. Maybe we would save the payment of commissions and we would have a healthy economy, because he seems to be the only person in the world to broker great deals. And lastly, you said that Mr. Darren Dane had been paid market commissions. You did not specify what commission was paid. I hope these commissions were paid based on the value differential based on the initial agreement of Nike, and not for the total of the agreement with Nike. Otherwise, we would be spending the resources of the club unwisely. So basically, he provided an improvement to the agreement that the club had already signed. So I hope this is the case. And lastly, Mr. Laporta said that this commission has been paid half by or partly by Barca, partly by Nike, and I would like to know whether this commission has been paid 50-50, or if it's not that the case, what percentage was paid by each of the parties. Because it has been published that Nike said publicly that they didn't want to make any statements regarding the payment of this commission to Mr. Darendane. I'm sure Barca and Nike paid this commission, but I would like to know the percentages. Was it 49, 51, 50-50?
And concerning other issues, this would lead us to, this is not the case, and there are players that have cost 60 million euros, and the contract that we have just accepted, that we've ratified. Well, I would ask you how the club plans to resolve this situation. We were told that the contract would and Football Club Barcelona had not reached the one-to-one rule because that would have meant signing an agreement with Nike that wouldn't have been the agreement that could have been achieved if it was a longer period of negotiation. And finally, once we have ended this period, we have seen that we're still not reaching the one-to-one. It has been published that the league had said yes, then they said no, but it means that there has been a shift to, we cannot wait for some saying no, if you sign, I'll fix that, and if that had been the case, then there would be a document today that Barca would have on the table where the league would explain. Excuse me, please. We understand the question, but we have more delegate members, and I would ask you to finish, please. I'm trying to be as brief as possible. I have, based on this situation, that we're still not the one-to-one rule, and we should be there already. We should have been there for some years now. Let's remember some of the declarations, some of the statement that said, you know, we'll get to the one-on-one, one-to-one. I'm sorry. Ask the question directly, please. Ask the question, please, because I don't. Am I less than any other club member? Other people that have had all the time in the world, and I've never seen anyone's time being reduced, and we're wasting more time on your comments than on the. I'm sorry. Excuse me for a moment. This is the longest intervention by far. So you have not had less privilege than anyone else. There's a delegate member that is waiting, so please, I would ask you to respect the other delegate members. And what I ask you is to please get to the point. Yes, but my presentation is what I think it should be, as others feel that there should be. And I am not evaluating any of the questions that have been asked by other delegate members. I'd like to know how the club is going to, you know, face the cost of the Nico Williams signing. And to finish, you have mentioned the cheering stands, the cheering section, and that the club cannot ethically allow certain behaviors, and we all agree on that. And I think that Mr. Laporta, well, we are thankful for having removed the Boschus noise from the stadium and even risking his own and his family's safety. That's something that should be praised, but I think we're doing some demagogy here, and this is not so much a defense of the members as it is a witch hunt. And there are things that happen in other clubs, and we're justifying a fine that we're not even able to explain when we're paying commissions of 50 million euros. These are amounts that are unacceptable, and the club members should have an opinion that is listened to. Thank you very much for allowing me to explain this. I have asked several questions. If you need, I can repeat them, but if you've written them down, then I would thank you once again for the time given to me, and Visca Barça and Visca Catalonia. Now, Mr. Josep Maria Tudela Lopez, number 45,295. Mr. Tudela? Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I would like to greet all of the members and delegate members that are following this extraordinary assembly, General Assembly, and concerning the cheering stands or the cheering section. I do not belong to that, but I know that they complain of the club having cut off all negotiation, and in all of the years there's only been 2 meetings that Ms. Elena has mentioned before of having with them. Why does the club accept fines from individuals? And there are Barcelona supporters clubs that are defined as being violent. Well, that's laughing at what we've been seeing for many years at the stadium. Is there proof that truly the organized stands, the section, has organized to act in a way that is a lack of respect or violence? Another issue, the President has talked of the word democracy. Mr. Laporta, democracy is what President Gaspar supported when people screamed and yelled, and he listened. He may not have agreed, but he listened to the opinion of the club members. And Sport, the newspaper, has written any actions of protest from the stands towards the board are seen with the desire to stop them, and even involving the police. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to express myself.
És el torn de preguntar ara pel senyor Josep.
Now it's Mr. Giuseppe Donicar, 17,976. Hello, I'm Josep Leon. I am also a member of the Salimen FCB platform. And as we have heard from Mr. Albert Gouma, my question, or one of the questions that I had, is why this assembly is not done in person. Apart from the senators, I think it would be good to have online, but also to have it hybrid, because any people like Kim Molins, Mr. Rico Fabra, and others, we don't understand why we have to go against the Catalan law of sport and not have an in-person assemblies when you have committed to going back to that? That's my first question. Why are we not doing this? And secondly, to continue, I unfortunately, together with 571 more of the members, the supporters that were punished by this decision against us, I haven't seen anyone being physically harmed. So I would like for you to tell me if that has happened, and you can make us aware of that and show us that there's been a physical aggression, because we would be the first one in condemning that and would not be in agreement. We don't want violence in the stands. We just want people that enjoy the match, people that yell and cheer on and support the team. And in this sense, you have not explained that on the day against Paris Saint-Germain, the club received 55,000 euros in fines, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me that none of them came from the stands, and the majority of this was in the poor the behavior of the trainer and the players. So these things that UEFA here in Spain are pursued by the authorities. So 26,000 more euros were because of the invasion of the pitch, and then I remember, and 3,000 for someone lighting a flare. So I'm talking about one single match, 55,000 euros, and I don't think the players paid for that. I don't think it's up to them to do so. We're happy with these players that we have and with the technical staff that we have. These are employees of the clubs, and they are maximum representatives. And, well, for example, these 3,000 euros that we received because of the flare that could have been lit by someone from Paris Saint-Germain. So it's clear that what you're doing with the cheering section of the stands is a witch hunt, and from the it's well structured. The Almogávares, for example, group, and well, they feel uncomfortable with this type of cheering, and I don't know why you are so insistent on changing it. And I've gone on a bit long, but let me go to the point. In 2016, when I entered the cheering section, I had a seat in the General Tribune, and people think that we go there for free and we do what we want, and that it's totally unruly, but we pay around 180 euros for being in that section, and we, one thing and another, we spend 400 euros with the kit and things like that, and we want an exchange with the club. In my case specifically, I gave my seat in the tribune up, and the general stands up for the club to take advantage of. And in matches such as Paris, against Paris Saint-Germain, against Bayern Munich, the club earns a lot of money, and I'm happy about that. But they make lots of money if I have a seat. And I go to the cheering section, I'm happy for my seat to be used for the club to make money. But where is the question? You have expelled me from that cheering section. I don't know if you have some evidence of insulting someone or doing something wrong in that area, but you have made us all pay for something that may have affected 3, 4, 5, 20 people. These fines, these punishments should be individual, these sanctions. You shouldn't make everyone pay for the behavior of 2, 3, 5 people. And in this case, well, you're very happy, Mr. Laporte, and I'm very bothered by this. I'm very angry, and I'm also very sad because this is the first time in 46 years that I've been a club member that I have not been able to go in four. I haven't been able to go into my own home, which is FC Barcelona, and you're very happy with the whole Nike situation. I think that's wonderful. I'm happy that the club is doing well institutionally and athletically, but I'm not happy with how things are going socially. And if this continues to be the case, careful, I finished.
És el torn ara del senyor Àngel Miralles Duran, amb número de soci
64,591. Yes, I'm going to talk of what I have seen. I am a season ticket holder of the club, and now, well, those of us that want to, their families, for mother, father, and two children, say, let's say 200 euros against Espanyol. That's 800 euros. Well, that seems that's terrible in my opinion. And Barca isn't a business. Well, yes, it's a business, but we shouldn't punish the local families. And then you have the foreigners that pay 400 euros. Yes, but they're there. They don't encourage the team. They don't cheer the team. They're just taking photos and video. And you get TikTokers to, influencers to go to the VIP section. And this has to be solved about the price. Here we have to have people that want to cheer the team. We can be the best in Europe. We can have 5, 10, 20,000 people like we saw in Russia, the Russia team. And if things were done well, we could have 4,000 people, 5,000 people in the southern goal. And this would be a great sector of the stands for cheering. And instead of, well, it's better not to have anything than to try to have something intermediate. We have gone from having a cemetery next to us to being in Montjuic, where the cemetery is inside the stadium. Thank you. And the last one was Jaume Arquiles Torrefille, 82,769. Well, I'll try to be quick and concise. It's lunchtime and everyone wants to get there, I'm sure, but I want to talk about the trip to Barbastro. We don't have this possibility of going on the part of the club, but from Barbastro, the president in his words to the sport said that they had asked for only a few, and 65. The people that went to the office of the club members, well, were told that there were no. I'd like to know if there are going to be any changes for the 4th of January. I could go and see the match, and I wanted to know if there was any change in that. Thank you.
I fins aquí el torn de preguntes. Gràcies.
And up to here, we have the questions. We will now move on to the responses to these questions from video conferencing. We'll begin with Mr. Jose Maria Gonzalez, who says that the board does politics. Yes, let's see. Well, first of all, thank you for your intervention, Mr. Jose Maria González Ibáñez. And I appreciate you supporting Barcelona from Las Palmas. You've been a seat holder for 18 years, and you've been a follower of Barcelona for 51 years, and quite a few. As I would ask you not to have these ideological tints on how you see things. We have been respectful to the city where we were created, and Catalonia that accepted us. This goes back to the times of Juan Gamper. And in this sense, Barcelona was already considered the team of Catalonia at that time. If the spectrum has extended, Barcelona is now a global club, but we're respectful with our origin. We're Catalan. I would ask you not to take this as an affront to those Barcelona members or followers that are not Catalan. We have always supported the respect that Barcelona followers have around the world. This identity trait that Barcelona has with Catalonia. When we say Barcelona is more than a club, it's precisely because of that, because it represents Catalonia, and it's a club that respects the Catalan language, the Catalan culture, and the rights of Catalonia. And in this sense, I think that as a Democrat, you have to accept that with total normalcy, as I accept that you don't quite agree with this. But what I would like is for you to understand that for me, the feeling of Barcelona, the club, is the love that we have for the club and for each other. This creates a situation where the people that are followers in Barcelona and that have this spirit that the Catalans have, or those that are Barcelona followers from outside of Catalonia, and this leads to a catharsis that means that there is a great deal of respect and understanding and esteem among all of us, because after all, we share the same feeling of Barcelona club. And this is what joins us together, and that's the raison d'être, that's a reason for being for all Barcelona followers. I would ask you to make an effort, and you would reach the conclusion, I would hope, that the basis, that the core of Barcelona spirit is love. It's the love that we all have, that all of us together have made this the best club in the world and a global club.
You referred to the fact that we do politics. Well, we don't. We're open to the world. Our area of influence is global, but this is not engaging in politics. If you do it based on your grassroots, on your origins, a Catalan football club, we are respectful of our origins. What I do admire is Barcelona fans from outside of Catalonia respecting this identity, this trait that we, the Catalans, the Barcelona fans from Catalonia have. It is not our intention to engage in politics. If you at any time considered that we engage in politics, well, we will continue acting in such a way to avoid you from thinking this. It is not our intention to engage in politics, but obviously Barça is a Catalan football club, and it is mindful and it promotes the Catalan language and culture. It is a club that has always been next to, that has always been beating at the same pace as Catalonia has. It is a Catalan football club, after all, open to the world, nonetheless. Nowadays, a global club, and we can therefore say that Barça is a Catalan, Spanish, European club, an American, an Asian club, an African club as well. Why? Because we have fans, supporters, everywhere around the world, and things haven't gone that bad for us, Mr. González Ibáñez. We have fans all around the world. On the slides, when we presented the agreement with Nike, you could see that more than 500 million fans. 500 million. And we all respect each other because we share that common thing. Many people think in different ways, but this is what is great about us. We accept all forms of thought and ways of exercising our Barcelona support. We don't focus on what some think and others think. We accept all kinds of thought. Everybody finds its space in Barça. I think I already answered that question. And when you mentioned that we need to look after our brand. Our brand is the most valued brand in the world. Let's enjoy this moment. And the way we relate to others is understanding, respect, and esteem. Thank you. Let's continue with Mr. Albert Gumà. He was asking about the Nike agreement and many other different things. Well, Mr. Gumà, all your comments in relation to the agreement with Nike is something that has already been clarified throughout the first or second item of the agenda. I would try to be specific in the answers to your other questions. You gave an extensive speech to give sense to your questions. I thank you for your comments, because we're all here to know and to serve what the Barca fans feel. Well, I would like to start with the authorization for the Assembly. This agreement had to be authorized and approved by the Assembly, and that's why this Assembly had been called. We organized it in a telematic way because we thought this is the best agreement in the history when it comes to athletic apparel, and we thought there would be a majority consensus and that it would be approved because there were little reasons to think why would be against. I respect those of you thinking against, but there were more reasons to vote yes rather than no. And this is an agreement that had to be submitted to the General Assembly, because following the comments made by La Liga, if we wanted to book this as a fair play, it would have to be approved in a General Assembly. This is what we did. You are quite right in that this summer, and I said so because La Liga told me, if we signed the agreement with Nike, then we would be able to register Dani Olmo and Pau Victor. It was the case of Dani Olmo. Pau Victor was already registered. This is what was told to us. We did not want to do it then because we thought we had to go to the market to get the perfect agreement for this asset of the club. And we did so because we also contemplate the possibility of temporarily registering Dani Olmo because of another circumstance that we know none of us liked, which is the injury of a player. And then we thought that we could find the right fit for the registering Dani Olmo, given the injury of Ter Stegen. So in this respect, let me just say that that is why we said that if we entered into the agreement with Nike, we would have the possibility of registering players and complying with a one-to-one rule, because it was told to us. Now, once the agreement with Nike was signed, we are told that they will only assign the increase for this season. And because of that, we had to go to court. We had a hearing on Monday, on the 23rd of December, to have an injunction and be able to register Dani Olmo. So the answer to your question is, signing the agreement with Nike helps us with fair play, but it's not enough in order to register Dani Olmo, according to the interpretation made by La Liga now. There's another complaint that has been filed, according to the current interpretation. Having said that, you're referring to how we thought to register Nico Williams. Well, what we try to do is to try to give an answer to what football is demanding. Nico Williams, well, we never said we would sign him. We said we could do an operation of that size. And what we did is sign Dani Olmo, not for 60 million, less. I think they were 48 million. So it's fine, but many of your comments are based on news published in the press. We said that we could face a signing of the level of Nico Williams. And what we did is sign Dani Olmo, which is what the sports management was asking for. They thought it would be more interesting to sign Dani Olmo than other players. So this is not about we thought we would register him. We thought we could. And actually we did, temporarily, and we expect to do so permanently. This happened to us when we signed Lewandowski and Koundé, Christensen, a series of players that we signed that season. We were told that we would not be able to register them, and we did, in the end. This year, we managed as well. All players that we signed were enrolled, and we hope to have Daniel registered for sure. We're working on it. Now, in response to your question, I would kindly ask for you to, when you're saying that we're paying millions of commissions to intermediaries, we would have to pay the fines for the animation stand. Well, you're combining things that have little to do with one another. The work of a middleman must be remunerated. We agreed with Nike market fees, a market commission, and Barca paid 165 and Nike 125. We believed that the mediator had worked more for us than for them. And this is the case because he presented to us the offer from the market. He was able to fix some terms. It's not that our executives didn't do their job well. Our executives did their work to the extent they could. But whenever there is a situation where it cannot be disentangled, then you need a third party. And he was that person. I already explained this earlier. This was the person who brought us Spotify. His intervention was decisive. In-house, there were different options, and this was the man. He was very insistent because he had an excellent relationship with the people from Spotify. We thought it was better to do it with Spotify, and as the negotiations unfolded with Nike, he had said that the Nike president was a member of one of the councils of the boards at Spotify, and it was the same mediator who said to us, look, I have a relationship with Spotify, and I know that the president of Nike is a member of the board at Spotify, and that is how his intervention as a mediator started. In consensus with Nike, we decided to appoint him as a mediator. And I think that you asked more questions, and I would like to answer them all. Let's see. I respect all opinions on the model of governance, but the governance model and the ownership model we have is good. As far as the ownership model is concerned, there's little doubt. Most members of this club believe it should be an associative model, and when it comes to the governance model, well, I think that obviously everything can be improved. But this is the way it has been established in our bylaws. They have been agreed and approved democratically, and what we are doing is to always comply with the laws when it comes to the internal functioning of this club. You referred to the in-person assemblies. We could do them in person and online. If the management board I have the honor of presiding considers an in-person assembly is needed, we will. And if not, they will continue to be online, because we believe that for the purposes of being more practical, they operate as well, especially when we see that the attendance numbers exceed those of the in-person ones, at least until now. I think that I already mentioned what I had to mention in relation to the commissions or the fees. And lastly, in respect of the animation stand, the cheering stand, well, it's not a witch hunt. And what I need to say to you is that there have been interventions after yours that refer to this stand. there will be a possibility of answering these questions. I think Elena Fort will be the person answering them, and I will be making any comments I need to make in relation to some aspects, addressing you directly. But you said that the behaviors, violent behavior, should never be admitted at the stadium. Anti-violence sanctions, we do not. You said that it's far from the truth that some chants are violent. I'm already used to some of these chants, and I respect them. I've always respected them. But if those who sanction, that is anti-violence, sanction, I cannot release them from liability, even less so when this penalty or sanction is imposed in the form of a fine to be payable by the club. We must all comply with the agreements that we are subject to. And I don't know whether you made any other comments. I don't think so.
Mr. Tudela. Elena, could you please answer Mr. Tudela Lopez? Josep Maria, thank you for your intervention. You have referred to the cheering section of our stands, the animation section, and well, I accept your opinion, and in this sense, Mr. Gaspart always accepted with great resignation all of the criticisms that came from the stands, from the public. I try in that sense also to respect it. You said that I'm more a presidentialist, but I am the president of Barca, and I try to act accordingly. The important thing is for this club to work. The players have to play, the trainer has to train, and, well, the president has to preside. If roles are changed, well, we enter into a dynamic that is not good for the entity. And that's how we see it. When I came for the second time to the presidency of Barca, well, this, from my point of view, and I don't have the total, I don't have all the wisdom here, but the roles cannot be changed. The players have to play, the coach has to, the trainer has to train, and the president has to preside. Could you answer this, Elena, please? Well, yes, the behavioral standards or requirements that we have in this area of animation, well, it's the same as all members, but this is an area that has even a greater responsibility. It was in 2018 where this section was created. Each person responsible for the group has to take on the responsibility, basically, of not going against the anti-violence rules that are imposed on us as a club, and also that we accept as part of our values, this anti-violence. So those that were in charge had been warned of this. They had been told personally. It's not that we had two meetings, that at least there have been many constant meetings with them, but it's two that where the board was present, members of the board were present, and we basically told them that we could not continue. And there's also a legal problem. It's not just the quantifying of these behaviors, but Barcelona was receiving a fine for chants that were not accepted, that were not authorized. So Barcelona cannot, under any case, be fined from the Anti-Violence Commission for things that we don't agree with. And so we had told them that, and since this was not met, Well, they are responsible for these fines. This is something that was made clear. Barcelona cannot be constantly fined as a result of this, and we do defend the club. Each one of these are open, each one of these fines that are aimed at us, then we have to question them and ask what happened. But let me make it clear that the definition of these fines and the groups of those that have to respond to these fines, well, these are choral chants. These are group chants, and in that specific point, all the clubs have this intervention, and this information is more, well, watched by the rest of the stadium, and so we all according to the regulation, they have to be responded to, and we know this from the first moment in which we created this section, that we had to comply with the rules, because remember, what we're defending is the club itself. Thank you. Okay, now the next one, Mr. Giuseppe Idon. It's also about those affected by this section of the stands, the animation or the cheering section. Well, let me say the same that I said before. When the group and the person responsible for that group signs an agreement every year with the club about their rights and responsibilities or obligations, it is made clear that the behavior of one or some of the members of each group that harms the club will become the responsibility of the entire club, because we have a very long history. Remember what happened many years ago, and Joan Laporta had the courage to take it on. And the fight against violence in the stadiums is an important issue, and it's something that affects us all and that we all should be involved in, and the rules are what they are. Barcelona cannot take on over and over again to have open fines and investigations going on, and this is something that we will not allow, and we have expressed this on numerous occasions. So they were warned, and unfortunately, if it's not all of the people that were chanting those, but they are responsible as a group, unfortunately, for every member of that group, and that's the way it is. And I also understand that he doesn't like that, but when you're part of one of these cheering sections, you have to take on the responsibilities. And just because I was mentioned, let me say, Mr. Lidon, I confirm and corroborate everything that was said by Elena. There is one issue of the 55,000 in fines for the poor behavior of the trainer and the players. Well, this can happen, but the agreement that we have with the cheering section has to be respected. You have to respect it. Everyone has to respect it. The individual treatment is impossible because you are there as a group and you have certain privileges as a group. You were talking about the cost, what it costs you to be there. Well, you don't pay the same as someone else in the stadium to be part of this animation or this cheering section. You are part of that. These are groups that have signed an agreement, and they have to follow that and comply with that, as we do. Now, for you to say that there was 55,000 euros in sanction to the club, but well, I really think it has nothing to do with that. What I would like to say is that you have said that I was happy. I am not happy at all as a result of that. I'm not happy at all. I have liked for there to be a great ambience, a great vibe in the stadium to support the players, but all of them within certain civic parameters. You can be passionate, but if the Anti-Violence Commission detects that these are violent actions, then we have to respect what anti-violence says. And it's not an issue of what they say in Madrid, it's what they say in the Anti-Violence Commission. And I'm not happy at all with this, and I don't feel comfortable at all with this. I would like to have this resolved, not just myself, but I'm answering you personally because you referred to me that I was happy. Well, no, I'm not happy with this. None of my board members are happy with this. What we would have liked to have resolved this, and the way to do that is for each of us to do our part to comply with our obligations. Therefore, I would. For people, I'm not going to say that you're right just because you're angry. You said that you were very angry and you started getting a little bit excited. That, Mr. Bidon, there are certain obligations that have to be complied with, and we are complying with ours, but you're not complying with yours. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you. And Mr. Angel Miralles, who says that the price of the tickets to Montjuic is very expensive for people here, and it's difficult for people to go with families. Yes, I agree. I would like for people to be able to go at lower prices, and these are market prices, and we're not the most expensive. Angel Miralles we're talking to. I agree. But I think that talking about the cheering section, we've already given the answer to that. And you say that they are expensive, but the club members know that they have a discount between 30 and 70% when purchased within 24 hours. So if you are within these parameters, you could get seats that are cheaper or more affordable. And in this sense, when I'm being told when they are high demand matches, the discounts are only 10%. So we will make efforts so that everyone can go to the stadium, and so that the tickets are affordable for everyone. But we have certain discounts that are already applied, and the idea is to be aware of these situations, this 24-hour window, to get a better price on the tickets. One thing I'd like to say about the number of people in the stands. When there are very large cheering stands, the clubs have a high percentage of non-seat holders or season seat holders. We want to make sure that everyone will have their space as they did in our stadium, and therefore we cannot make it grow while we're at that stadium, at the Montjuic Stadium, because that would have to push out other people that have paid for seats in our stadium. So yeah, we cannot make comparisons between our stadium and others. Mr. Chile was the one who asked the last question. Telematically, it has to do with the Barbastro match. Well, first of all, let me tell you that I never said anything to sport about this issue, as you said. We haven't made a single statement to the sport newspaper concerning the Barbastro tickets. What I do understand is that when there is a cup elimination round, and there's one club that is in a lower category than our club is, well, consider that for these smaller towns or cities, it's the match of the year, and they have a minimum seating capacity, and those of us that are larger or more, well, we don't ask for tickets when we go to these stadiums. you can buy tickets as anyone else would, but it's a kind of an unwritten agreement that we have between the large clubs and small clubs in lower divisions. Well, just by selling the tickets to our match, they can almost cover their budget for the year. So I don't know if, Elena, you want to say anything else about that? No, that's just this respect from the larger clubs to the smaller clubs is necessary, and we don't demand the legal amount of tickets that we would be guaranteed. Okay, well, fine. Thank you all very much to all of those that have spoken in this last round telematically. And now we open the questions in person. And I would ask you we're already an hour over, so I would ask you to be, if you have to intervene, to please be as brief as possible, so that we also have to deal with some institutional commitments. So I would ask you to be as brief as possible so that we can meet those commitments. Let us begin. Are there any questions?
Mr. Gaspard? Joan Gaspard.
President, molt ràpidament.
I'll be brief, Mr. President. I would like to... That person who showed me the white handkerchiefs were 2 points of being relegated, but nowadays we're leaders. So thank you for the comparison, but you cannot compare it. Now, briefly, you said something important, which there was a mediator that made this deal with Nike possible. The relationship with Nike was not great, and thanks to the mediator, we sorted things out. We had a problem, and both you and Elena recognize this with the cheering stand. Why don't you look for a mediator? For free. I mean, this stand must pay. They must pay the money that we, the members of the club, paid. And we need a new agreement, like the one we reached with Nike. But I think it's worthwhile, and this is my advice as a friend. You know, we appreciate all former presidents and yourself. Don't know whether Mr. Núñez would agree with me that I like you so much, but from heaven, I'm sure he will see things more humbly. But in any case, why don't you look for a mediator? Sort this out. And if not, well, we would have tried, so that they can pay what they owe. And we need a new agreement with red lines. Next. Please, say what you said today. We go to Camp Nou whenever we can, and that's it. We'll be there whenever we can. That's all. Just keep it short. We'll be back when we can. Otherwise, you will let others speculating about it and saying this or that. I think this is not good. And you don't deserve that. You're doing something that my grandchildren will thank you for. The Espai Barça. We will appreciate you for it, but not so much. Well, we'll see if I'm alive to see it, but like people found it hard to appreciate what Miralles did with Camp Nou. So do that. Just say we'll be back whenever we can. And lastly, you said today was an important day. Today is an important day. More than 90% of the members, for the very first time in the history of this club for many years, have approved the best agreement that Barca signed with Nike. This is a reason to feel proud of. And now let's go for lunch, and let's then go to the stadium. Today we need to do two things. The cheering stand must be the whole stadium. Obviously today there's no time to see that. And second, tell the players and the head coach that the players owe us a win. They owe us a win today. I know they'll do the impossible to win. I know Atletico de Madrid is a great club, but the players owe us this victory. Why? Because we need 3 points and because we want a nice and happy holidays. Players must be aware of that. Today, there are 3 points at stake, and we'll make the members happy so that they have a good and happy holidays. So they need to win the game from the very beginning, and we, the members, need to be the number 12th player, cheering the team exceptionally, based on respect, of course, respecting Atletico de Madrid, a great club. And you must say to their president that you were late for the dinner because of me. I'm sure he will understand that. Happy holidays to you all. Happy Christmas.
Arribats en aquest punt ja amb la...
This brings us to the end. I'll give the floor to the president. Thank you for your intervention, Mr. President Gaspar. You're quite right. We need to sort this out. We have seen this today, and you've been saying this for some time now. We will be talking about this. We'll talk about this. As for the stadium, we have found the formula. I mean, we are the ones who want to be back as soon as possible, and we will, whenever we can. And let me also say that the players know this. They know it. We must win today. We need to win to have nice and happy holidays. I agree. They owe it to us. They know it. And I am convinced they will do whatever they can to win and for us to have happy holidays. Let me take advantage of this opportunity to thank you for being here today. Yes? You wanted to say something, sir? Yes. It's more of a comment rather than a question. This week, we saw the appointment of the president of the Spanish Federation. This is shameful that statements such a person can make, disqualifying him completely. I think that you should say something about that. I think Barça should defend itself, because if the day after being appointed he says those things, well, we are going to have it's going to be difficult for us. Declaring him he's a Madrid fan and that Florentino is the Holy Father, well, I think there's something we should say to defend ourselves. It's a lack of absolute respect, disqualifying him completely from office. If he says that after being appointed, whether he's the president of the Spanish Football Federation or any other, it's shameful. You are quite right. His statements are not appropriate. This is part of the sociologic Madridism. The Madrid supporters, they support Madrid. Well, they are. They are. This is what we're fighting against. But he won't stop us in the way we are, the way we act. So let me just say in that regard that it was said to us that for the very first time the league and the federation would go hand in hand. And this is something that all clubs are interested in. As you said, this is something that any other club can reflect on. It could even be deemed offensive. There was no need for it. But anyway, I truly hope it was just a slip of the tongue, and that that there will be a good relationship with the federation, because we want a good relationship with the federation. As the club of reference in the world of football, we need good relationships with the Catalan Football Federation and the Spanish one. I would like to thank the Catalan Football Federation for being here as well, by the way, with UEFA and FIFA. And now we must foster these relations. It's important for Barça to maintain good relations with the institutions governing the world of football. That this is indeed part of the sociological Madridism. Unfortunate words. Once again, thank you all. Thank you for your presence here today. think that what we wish the most right now is a win in this evening's game. Let's win well. The players will be motivated, President Gaspar, rest assured. They know what's at stake. And I wish you all a happy Christmas because you all deserve it. Thank you. Thank you once again. Long live Barça, long live Catalonia.
I gràcies al síndic per ser aquí.